Welcome, adventurers, to tonight's episode of The Rising Hand, The City in the Trees. Who wants to do the recap for last time?
So we got down to the bottom of the staircase and we started walking down the river Elba towards Valahastra. I used sending to call one of the people in the city to send us a boat, and we started walking down the river to try and beat the boat. As we were doing that, one of the things we came upon on the river was a small clearing where we found a small structure. It was like a fountain, a 3-tiered fountain, and I don't remember the catalyst of what made it do this. I think it might have been one going in the top basin, but it once one went in the top basin, it turned into this giant gazebo with like this kind of, not coliseum, but like a big thing around it. I don't know what the correct term would be. Arches encircling it, I guess. And there was an altar inside the gazebo with an ash circle around it. We couldn't really figure out what it was. From there, we kept on moving, and we eventually bedded down for the night. And as we were bedding down in Tito's tiny hut, we were accompanied by a couple owl bears, which we eventually fought, and Zafir was able to expertly calm them down, and we avoided killing them, which was pretty awesome. And by that time, a longship had found us, and we started our way back down the river towards the city. And we talked and sang and danced and did all kinds of very, very fun activities while we were going.
Well, and other notable things. So Kalora found Narfern's journal, but nobody else knows that. And then Zafir talked to his mother, and his mother said something about him having a sister. Yet again, no one else knows that, but that was a jaw dropper. And Leo told Lex about his sisters and the shady twin and the not so shady twin who's kind of comatose. So I think that is where we're at.
Okay, perfect. So you have
Hey, Matt. What we talked about right before the session, I would have started that tonight. I forgot that we were sleeping when we left off.
You weren't.
Like, I would have done that before bed.
You weren't sleeping when you left off.
We weren't.
You just arrived at the edge of the
lake.
The
night before. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, you would have started it the night before. Okay, that's fine. Like when you found it. Okay. So where we left off, the boat had just reached the edge of the small lake underneath this giant tree with its huge roots that create arches over the river, and essentially it's the biggest tree you've ever seen. As the boat got to the, I'll just read the thing from last week to get us back in the mood. Before you is a tree larger than any you have ever seen. Its trunk is easily 500 feet wide. It explodes upwards from the forest floor, dwarfing the small lake at its feet. Large roots come from the base, reaching upwards in places to create arches up to 50 feet high and hundreds of feet wide. Pseudo-wisps surround the whole of the tree of various colors, but predominantly blue. Thick vines hang from the upper branches, and at the bottom of each of these is a large basket of sorts, almost like a gondola. They're made from the same gray-brown wood as the boat that ferried you in. These baskets vary in size from those that would fit just one creature to large ones that would accommodate several horses. As the boat settled itself onto the shore, I believe the last words I said were, Leo, welcome home. With that, Rising Hand, what would you like to do?
Wow. This is like the craziest treehouse ever.
It is quite marvelous.
This is where you live?
Yes. With my
You look
people.
at this every day?
Yes, and it still just surprises me every day with its magnificence.
This is amazing.
You're muted, Zephyr.
This is one of the oldest trees in all of the forest.
Are there any safety protocols and concerns with all this?
Don't step off
Okay.
unless you have magics to stop you from splatting on the ground below,
Mhm.
which I do in case anybody needs anything.
I think we'll
I
be
think Logan can just do that because she's awesome.
Are you all ready to go up?
Yes?
Send this up.
absolutely.
Beam me up. Let's get it.
So you guys exit the boat onto the rocky shore of the lake, making your way towards, led by Leo, I assume, one of the larger gondolas. Yes,
Yes.
making your way forward. As you approach the large gondola, your eyes are drawn upward to some movement in the branches above and to the left. As you watch another basket, this one just large enough to ferry one person from the forest floor to the heights above, emerges from the treetops to carefully settle empty on the ground 30 feet away. Continuing forward to the large basket, as you draw near, the craftsmanship of the structure catches your attention. It looks almost as though the vine at the top naturally grew into this shape, with no clear delineation between it and the basket below. The long, straight vine simply curves and weaves around itself to form a roof, and then continues down to form braided columns around the width of a young tree oak, and finally turns at right angles at the bottom to form a surprisingly strong and sturdy floor, which looks like a single solid plank where the vines have just grown together. At the center of the basket, as you get very close and begin to enter, growing out of the floor is an octagonal column. The top of this column slants towards the opening at a 45-degree angle. On the slope is a natural depression shaped like an elegant and long-fingered hand dug into the wood. Several pale blue pseudo-wisps drift lazily in the air around and within the gondola, weaving gently between the columns and casting a melancholy glow on the pale gray wood.
So this thing is going to hold us all up, right?
Yes, it'll take us to the top where the city is.
Leo, if you don't mind me asking, why are the wisps sad?
Do you mind if we talk about that once we get to the top?
Sure.
I will tell you once we're up there. It's just quite ready to get up there now.
So you all enter the gondola, one after the other, through the opening in the front. You all make room for each other. You have a bit of space. I wouldn't say it's tight. This is one of the larger of the gondolas. You're a fairly large party, so it's close, but not tight. As you all step on, nothing happens.
Which one of you would say has the truest intentions for your journey among you? Most pure intentions. I see you smiling, Kalora.
I'm pure.
You may rest your hand where there's a handprint over there and speak your true intention.
My
Or
true
you reach up
intention.
and put your hand on the depression, the large handprint essentially on this piece of wood, dwarfing the size of your small fingers.
I have my hand there, and I
What would
look
you like
back
to
at
do?
Leo. My true intention about getting to the city, or just in general?
Yeah.
That didn't answer my question.
The first one.
Please take us to the city. Huh. Doesn't
Nothing
work.
happens.
No. It's broken.
The trees do this sometimes. They're a bit lazy.
Excuse me, trees. You're very tall and very pretty, and I would greatly appreciate your assistance in getting us to the city.
Leo, you would know
you.
just asking it what you want it to do isn't enough. It's you've got to say why you want to get to the city, not I want to get to the city.
Gotcha.
Matt, Zephyr, as Kalora started talking to the tree, would walk up like kind of impatiently and put his hand wherever it was supposed to go and say, "I would like to go and find my dad's weapons, please."
I look up at him and I'm like,
It's broken, I told you.
As you kind of put your hand over Kalora's and she pulls hers out from under you and speak your intention, the tree, or the basket rather, shudders a bit,
No.
lifts about a foot off the ground, and then goes back down to the bottom, settling on the forest floor again.
I told you it was broken.
Yeah.
Tell the trees why
I want
you
to
want
meet
to
his
go.
mom.
Tell the trees why you want to go and speak. Not as if it's any kind of malicious intent.
Well,
Like,
They may be
like
wary.
a conversation.
You're talking to them and asking them for something, for them to do something for you.
Okay.
hey, trees. So we are all friends, and we need to get to the city because it could take us home to our families and our loved ones, and maybe the ones we don't love.
That's a really good point.
But it's only by going there may we be able to return home and find our purpose.
You put your hand back on them. As Zephyr kind of backs away a little bit, and Kalora, you put your hand back in the space, finishing your sentence. Smoothly and soundlessly, the basket begins to rise, slowly at first, and then ever increasing in speed at a steady pace. There's no swaying, no rattling, no semblance of a pulley or jerking motion of a rope being pulled. It's a gentle acceleration that is so smooth, all you feel is the slight increase of your weight caused by the G-forces.
I look up at Zephyr and I stick my tongue out at him.
Good job.
The trees like me better.
I mean, don't you speak tree though? I don't speak tree, and it made the thing jump still, so.
Hey, I'll tell you a secret.
Okay.
Everybody can talk to trees. They generally don't answer back.
But do they understand everything?
Oh, yeah.
That's crazy.
So before we get there, I need to let you guys know a couple things. As Lex mentioned,
Just to cut in real quick.
Yeah.
Leo, you would know that it's around a 20-minute journey from the base to the top.
Great.
So you have
Thank
time.
you. Thank you for letting me know. As Lex mentioned, you can see the pseudo-wisps are all very pale blue right now. Our general has recently gone missing, and we're all quite worried about her. So everybody's might be very on edge in the city. So I've only just met some of you. If any of you are prone to threats, sarcasm, anything that may be not good against people that are sensitive, I would greatly advise not to do any of that. We're in a time of mourning right now because we don't know where she is, and it would be great to just be respectful during this time.
What does
So
she look like?
She has very dark black hair. Kind of depends. That's the kind of hair she usually assumes, and a little bit shorter than me, paler skin, striking blue eyes.
Why is she missing?
Does his wisp turn any different colors when he talks about her?
Matt, you're muted.
What emotions would you be feeling, Leo?
Great sadness.
Leo's wisps already have a predominant blue color to them, especially as you guys neared the city. Perhaps they deepen a shade as he's talking.
We're not too sure where she is, Kalora.
Yeah, but not where, why?
We went on a mission and she did not come back.
Did people go with her?
Yes, they did.
And did they come back?
Only I did.
You were there?
I was.
So you know kind of what happened. You don't have to tell us.
I
but
do, but it's personal.
I understand.
But that's the main thing that I want to tell you all before we go. Just please be respectful. I don't want any of you to be, Also, I forgot to mention, you all seem like a very respectable group. I don't think you all are prone to like thievery or any of that. But
Well,
Tito. And I kicked Tito.
we have a very, I don't know exactly, I don't remember exactly how it is in the rest of the cities everywhere in the Feywild, but we are very, very strict here with our laws. If you break the law, if it's like a minor offense, you may face, community service. If it's something a little worse, maybe exile. If it's something like stealing a lot of money, hurting someone, anything like that, you will be put to death. We're very strict here. We don't have a lot of crime.
What if they hurt me first?
We would have,
Then I retaliate.
I think it would be up to probably a court case to see the evidence of it.
The
Yeah,
High
the
Council you're
High
talking
Council
about?
would be
Yes.
brought in, and there would be a trial
Hearing,
of sorts.
Trial,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, that's crazy.
But it works. We don't have a lot of crime here at all. We're all very, very happy.
That's
we
not what the
are.
wisps say.
That's what I mean. When we are happy,
Hmm.
we're having a good time.
How
That's the
long
main
has
thing.
it been since she's been gone?
It's been some months now.
Do you believe she's dead?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure fully.
What's the
I'm
name?
looking for her. Her name is Lunadrell.
I didn't hear that second part. Sorry, Reed.
Her name is Lunadrell.
Does she have a family?
She's my aunt.
Oh. So you're very well connected in this city. That's kind of convenient. I kind of look around nervously.
It is convenient. It's just if somebody would have wrote it that way.
Huh.
Kind of just like lean out and look at the rest of the things going by as we journey up farther.
No other baskets moving at this point. They are all stationary on the ground or up at the heights. The only one that moved was that one you saw coming down when you guys were approaching the first gondola.
I'm gonna kind of lean like back toward Hezrian, and hopefully if Tito's near. So we can't fuck up, guys.
We.
yeah, this place is kind of like
You can't
we
pretend
might
to.
die.
Yeah, you can't pretend to be a god, Tito.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to hold back so much.
Gotta be
I
on
know.
our
As
best
soon as we
behavior.
exit, I'm just gonna like unleash. It's all gonna be bottled up.
Hezrian,
worry.
do you by chance have a spell to silence Tito at all?
No, I can punch him though.
Okay, that'll work.
Don't worry. Tito and I are gonna be great
I have
friends in this city.
self-control.
Oh yeah, that's right. Clarabelle's a celebrity.
Yeah.
Don't worry. I'll keep Tito with me.
Okay.
We're gonna be
Yeah,
good
I'm a
friends.
celebrity too. You know, I'll put my efforts into smooching, like not smooching, like
Hey, that's kind of
no,
freaky, bro. What
be
you mean?
Boozing.
Schmoozing.
Schmoozing,
Oh,
yeah,
smoozing or whatever.
you know, playing nice songs,
Okay.
getting on everyone's good side.
Do you know any
Ah.
tunes by the Feywild, Tito?
Prob. I mean, I don't know any Feywild songs. I'm guessing.
Hmm.
I'm trying to like listen to the Wisps and like be one with the Wisps in my music, and I think I can like kind of play along with them, sort of.
Yeah.
That'd be kind of soothing sounding.
Yeah, that sounds like maybe you could play that tonight when I'm trying to sleep. That would be fantastic. Let's try that out.
All right, sounds good.
Thanks, man.
I'm just gonna like lullaby everyone. Yeah.
You guys
Um,
continue. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Can I go up to? I'm gonna go up to Leoflen. And then in Elvish say, "Do you guys speak Elvish in the Feywild?"
I'll respond in Elvish. We speak Common, Elvish, and Sylvan.
Okay. And I'll
What is-
continue in Elvish. My dad taught me how to speak Elvish and write and read in Elvish. So he said the best smiths were elves. So I'm really excited to meet your mom. Wait, are you an elf?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't know for sure because I don't know if it's the same thing in the Feywild. But I'm really excited. But
Hold that compliment for the greatest blacksmiths for when you meet my mother. And I would recommend, I'm sure she would like to speak in her native tongue if you are talking to her about smithing at all. I'm sure she would enjoy that.
okay, I'll do that then. Thanks.
Sure.
And I'll just like look out and excitedly look like looking up to see how close we are getting.
You spend the rest of your journey in quiet conversation or silence, whichever you prefer. The ride is about 20 minutes long, but as you be ready, this is my longest ever monologue. So, as you near the end of your journey, gentle sounds of civilization begin to reach your ears. You pick out the tinkling sound of a bell ringing, and shortly thereafter, the sound of a door being closed. Next, you hear the unmistakable sound of metal banging on an anvil, with an undercurrent of crackling fire. A low conversation ends with a good-naturedly shouted parting word. A few notes of pipe song pierce the leaves and delight your senses with their gentle beauty. Looking above, you can now see, through the holes in the basket's roof, several woven floors of branches that seem to grow organically from the strong, thick branches of the canopy in several places. The one directly above you is the largest of the lot and has holes of various sizes, through each of which a thick vine stretches. As the basket breaks the surface of this organic platform, you take in the sights of Valahastra, the city in the trees, for the first time. A large circular building dominates the large platform on which you find yourself, its dark wooden walls growing seamlessly from the massive branch on which it sits. The sides of the building are undecorated by mortal hands, instead adorned with interlocking, flowering vines of vibrant green that grow to form a beautiful and natural fractal pattern, unmatchable by even the greatest of craftsmen. The flowers on these vines boast throats of pale and delicate blue, deepening to rich violet around the tips of the petals. The filaments growing from the center of these flowers are long and blue, capped with anthers that emit gentle pulsing glows of the same color. A sweet and tart fragrance emitted from these beautiful blossoms suffuse Valahastra's air, pleasantly tingling your olfactory senses. The glowing of these flowers cast shadows on the walls that dance and beguile the eyes at the slightest breeze. These natural decorations stop at the top of the wall where a wide roof, colored to match the azure of the flowers below it, begins. The roof seems to occasionally shift, imperceptibly, though not at the prodding of the wind or the swaying of the branches. Tearing your eyes away from this grand structure, you take in the rest of the city. On each surrounding branch is another building, though none is quite so grand as the one nearest to you. Each one has its own unique beauty, despite the similarities in construction. Each building is different, but each one is made of the same dark wood, with similar vines and flowers, and the same colored roof, but their constructions vary wildly. Some take on organic shapes, with bulbous, organic rooms replacing the more traditional rectangular structure. Each structure seems to have its own personality, reflecting either its use or the personality of those that make use of it. You can immediately spot a tavern, for instance, with a hanging sign marking it the Kicking Chestnut. The building with the sounds of the anvil and the glow of fire is also nearby, squat and sturdy, with a similar sign that reads Duveldra's Anvil Works. A bit further away, you can see a grand and elegant building with a more traditional rectangular aspect, its facade graced by thick, powerful columns at the top of its grand staircase, which support a wide balcony in front of large stained glass windows. Everywhere you look is a new and surprisingly beautiful structure, blending seamlessly with its environment. All the while, pseudo-wisps dance along the leaves, casting a pale light over the breadth of the city. All of this you take in the time it takes to draw a deep breath. Once you catch up with your senses, you take note of two young girls hurriedly walking up, young women really, hurriedly walking up to your group from the direction of a tailor's shop called Imagine Knit, and carrying violet paper bags overflowing with vibrantly colored clothing. You, Leo, recognize them as Andil and Juliana. One of the two, Juliana, is waving her one unburdened arm and shouting, Leo, you're back. Lena has told Mother that you'd called requesting transport. We were worried. You could have told one of us that you were in trouble, you know. She continues onward. The girls both look to be in their mid-20s, a bit younger than Leoflen. The one that's currently shouting at him is very pale, with long, thick, pin-straight gray hair that falls to her mid-back. She is dressed in simple brown pants and an off-white tunic with 3 pearl buttons currently left unfastened at the neck in order to display a lovely silver necklace with a delicate chain supporting a fine, cage-like pendant which encapsulates what appears to be a small chunk of silvery bark. The short sleeves of her tunic display well-defined, wiry muscles in her biceps and forearms. Her fingers are long and thin, though several of the fingernails are chipped, broken, and bruised. Indeed, she seems powerfully built and no stranger to hard work, though this fact does not distract from the elegance and grace of her movements as she strides purposefully towards the group, eyes locked on Leo. The other girl is a bit shorter, her skin more tanned than her companion. Her clothing is also simple, a tunic and pants, but the fabrics that make them up are clearly very fine. The pants are dark green, matching the leaves surrounding the city, and seem to be made of crushed velvet. The tunic is a flowing silver silk, looking almost metallic in the reflected light of the pseudo-wisps. She's trailing slightly behind the other girl. In both of her hands, resting at her sides, are clasped the handles of her purple shopping bags, also full to bursting with clothing. She eyes the entire party with curiosity, her eyes resting on each of your faces in turn as they approach. Once the two reach the group of you, the first girl puts her arms around Leoflen's neck and pulls him close. You had us worried sick. With Aunt Lunadrill going missing, we were already on edge. Mother hasn't left the forge all day. I had to leave just to get away from the sound of her hammer. It was starting to make my ears ring, and I don't want to end up with ears like hers. She kind of takes a step back after hugging you and looks at the rest of the party. Oh, who are they?
They're my friends. They appeared downriver, and they needed some help, so I brought them here.
You found all of them in the forest.
Yes, a tower has appeared downriver, and they came from it.
I wonder if that has anything to do with what Iranus was talking to Mother and Father about last night. Let me tell you about that later. Hi, everyone. I'm Juliana, Leo's sister. It's wonderful to meet you all. I'm sure if Leo's hanging out with you, you're all great. So, welcome to Valahastra. What brought you all here?
The tower he was talking about.
You appeared in a tower.
Yeah, we've been trying to get rid of it on like our plane, and we've been going through different rooms and just a lot, but it appeared here, I guess.
Is it like
N-
a teleportation tower? It takes you where you want to go, that kind of thing?
No.
Why have you been trying to get rid of it?
I think we're getting ahead of ourselves.
Yeah.
But you mentioned that your parents were talking about the tower last night.
Not a tower, but some weird things going on. Leo, I'd like to talk to you about it if you have a minute. I hate to
Sure.
pull him away from you all.
Can I do my best to eavesdrop, but obviously stealthily?
Yeah, she kind of grabs Leo by the arm and pulls him 15 feet away or so. As she walks away, she turns and yells at Zephyr. Really like your weapon, by the way. Very well made. And continues on.
I'll nudge her when she says that, and I'll say he's a blacksmith.
His eyes just get
Oh.
really wide.
I'm a blacksmith too. Well, I'm a blacksmith in training, I guess. But I'm good.
Okay, we'll talk later. Totally.
Okay. And she go ahead and make a perception check, Lex, as you try to eavesdrop on their conversation.
That is going to be
And just give me a sleight of hand check too to see if anybody notices you. Trying to pay
okay. It's
attention.
22 is perception.
Okay.
Sleight of hand is also 22.
Nice.
Okay. I don't think either of the two of our passive perceptions is high enough to spot that. Juliana kind of pulls you close and begins talking excitedly in your ear in a low tone of voice, but she gets away from herself every once in a while. She's very spirited. So Uranus was over last night, and I think he was looking for you, but he decided to talk to mother and father instead, just to tell them what's going on. And I heard a little bit of it. I wasn't paying too much attention, but he said he was doing some, like, you're good at this stuff, magic scans of the forest around.
Okay, like scrying the forest.
Not like scrying, just more like, God, you would know if I was trying to explain it to you in a good way. I'm just not good at this.
It's okay, keep going.
He found some anomalies in the surrounding forest.
Hmm.
He talked to Aranthier about it, apparently, which I don't even know how he got an audience with Aranthier in the first place, but he talked to him about it, and Aranthier sent the blades out
Mhm.
to the largest of the anomalies, somewhere in the northwest, I think. I don't remember. And Mother could explain it better, I think. She wanted me to, if I saw you first, send you to her, so I should send you to her.
That will make my Dragonborn friend very, very happy. Okay, I'll go to her. Thank you.
Okay, Andiel and I are going to the Chestnut if you want to bring your friends by later.
Yeah, we'll join.
Like I said, I had to get away from Mom. She was worried.
Sounds good. Thank
But
you.
you know, she didn't say anything. She would just
Of course.
work and work and work.
Yep.
Like
I
she
am
does.
quite familiar.
All right, so
I'll see you soon.
bring your friends by. They do want to talk to that Dragonborn. I only know how Mom forges. I guess it's probably different where Dragonborn come from, huh?
Probably. You could probably learn something from him. He seems quite bright.
I'd probably teach him something too.
We'll see. I'll see you soon.
Okay. And she kind of walks back to Andiel, who's just kind of been standing there looking at each one of you and not saying anything. Juliana puts her arm in Andiel's and says, Andiel, come on, let's go to the Chestnut. Guys, I think we're going to meet up with you later. Maybe we can have a drink, okay?
It was nice to meet you.
You too.
All right.
Yo.
Talk to you later.
Let me see.
They walk away towards the tavern building called the Kicking Chestnut. As you guys look around, there's nobody else seemingly on the street right now. The street. There are wooden pathways that connect the various platforms. In fact, I would love to show you.
Yay.
This isn't exactly it, but this is the closest I could approximate with Foundry.
Oh shit, I didn't look on the Foundry. My bad.
And there are this is a multi-tiered city, so not everything is on a flat plane. There are buildings that are lower, buildings that are higher, though the platform that you're on now is the largest platform. And I have the names for everything on it because Leo would know. The one you're on now is the High Council Chambers, and that's the very grand building that I described at the beginning of my monologue. And that's where you are after coming up on the basket.
Wow.
Leo,
Figure it out.
Yes.
the construction of all of these platforms, has it always been in the trees?
Yes.
Is that just a design choice, or is it because what's down below is dangerous?
A little bit of both. It's definitely safer all the way up here from all like the little creatures that are down there during the night. Can be
Just as a note
quite dangerous at night.
for you, Leo, very long time ago, before anybody in this city was born, the winter and summer kingdoms would have posed a danger to the city of Valahastra as well, which is one of the reasons it was built in the treetops and hidden. They could pull the baskets up if
Okay,
one of the archfey decided to attack.
good to know. Okay.
Huh.
Leo, I have a question on
Answer.
history, I guess.
Any answer for you, sir?
Thanks. You guys seem to know a lot about my history in the tower. Is there any place we could read up on that and catch up? Because you have a lot of information I think that we don't have.
You could definitely go to the university.
Okay.
We have all kinds of books there. I'm sure Uranus would be able to find a book for you quickly.
Who should I ask for when I get there? I don't want to ask for the wrong person.
His name is Uranus.
Okay.
He, Jovianas spoke of him earlier. He's the headmaster there at the university. lives
Headmaster of the university.
And also the only teacher.
Yes. There's only a few students at the university, so just look for the very old looking Eladrin. You'll find him very quickly.
Are we gonna have to take a test to talk to him?
Would you like to take a test?
No.
No.
Then
I
no.
had to take a lot of tests to talk to teachers.
No, you don't need to take any tests, I don't think. Should be fine.
Hey, Leo.
Yes.
Forgive me for being forward, if so, but did
Really
she
quick.
say?
As we're doing this, can we start walking towards the my mother's blacksmith forge?
Yeah, the anvil
Sure.
works.
Yes. Go on though.
But did she say Aunt Lunadrill?
Yes, the general is my aunt.
Word. Hey, I'm sorry to hear that. She's missing, of course, and I know that's got to affect your family pretty harshly right there.
It's pretty terrible. Yep, it's hit us very hard. She was my teacher as well. For my magics, I kind of like wave my fingers, spirit fingers.
Oh, so she's a sorceress,
She's a wizard.
wizard. Okay, cool, interesting. All right.
I'll just start leading them, I guess, around to the anvil works.
You guys walk past the kicking chestnut, and the sound of pipes from within continues. It's a lively tune being played. Obviously, Tito, you would recognize it as a pan flute. Very well played, though maybe not as good as Tito, or maybe even some of the other musicians you've run into in your time, but still good. Obviously, someone's still learning this particular instrument at the very least. Walking past.
I'm like holding my hand out like to the tavern, like I'll be there soon.
Continuing past, you walk along the wooden structure that connects these two platforms, which seems to just be a branch. There are no guardrails on either side. The branch looks perfectly whole, though the top of it is flattened. It doesn't look damaged in any way, like it's been cut or shaped. The top is just flat.
Do we pass
As-
anyone on our way there?
I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking, how are people reacting?
Yeah, exactly.
You don't pass anybody on the way there.
There's
Looking
nobody?
down along the sides, you do see some people in a courtyard of the Holimian residence. You can see on the map. There are 2 people having a discussion in the courtyard.
Time of day is it, by the way, Matt?
It is late afternoon.
Okay.
Would anybody be trying to hide themselves and looking
You can
at-
make a
okay,
perception
so this-
check if
this
you'd
is
like.
my- this is what I'm thinking. I'm looking for maybe, I don't see somebody, but I would be looking around for maybe random pseudo wisps in the trees or something like that, of maybe somebody hidden and pseudo wisps be pulling them out. Okay, you said perception check.
Yep.
I rolled
Ooh.
20,
Natural 20?
natural 20.
Okay. In that case, you do see, looking up as you're kind of looking around, a group of pseudo wisps that are kind of circling in an area, and you can just see a foot casually swinging over the side of a branch, probably about 50 feet up from where you are. You also look around, and to your left, where Imagine Knit is, you see a pair of bespectacled eyes peering at the group from behind a window. Turning to the left at the High Council chambers, there's a high window at the very top of the building, and you see a pair of vibrantly greened almond-shaped eyes, half of the face shadowed, very pale on the other side, and a very long ear coming out of the side you can see. There he is. This person is also looking at the group. You can see black hair slicked back along the one side of the face you can see. You do see coming from several of the buildings around as well, light from the interior shining underneath the doors and through the windows. It seems like most of the buildings are currently inhabited.
Leo, are we
sorry.
something of a spectacle while we're here?
Kind of like look around at everybody. Well, you all are all different kinds of races in a city of Eldrin, so you are quite the anomaly here right now. People would definitely take a double take walking past you. We don't get many visitors that are not Eldrin.
Do other places in the Feywild know you're here?
They do. We do trading.
And you don't really get any visitors from the material plane?
Very
Not-
seldom,
Not too
and
many.
usually elves.
Even if they do come, they're usually elves or, like I said, any other Eldrin in the Feywild.
And generally they use the free cities as a stopping point on the way to either the southern or winter kingdom, or the summer or winter kingdom.
Are we going to be welcomed, or should we?
You would not be. Yes, you will be welcomed. The trees would not have let you come up if your intentions weren't true. So it's kind of like you kind of did take a test, I guess, to getting here. So
You lied.
I apologize.
What color are Kalora's wisps?
What emotions are you feeling, Kalora? Considering as well what you read last night.
I would say she probably has the. Is it the one that like changes color? That's a rave. That's like
That's anxiety.
anxiety. Okay. And confusion is yellow.
Mhm.
Okay. So she probably has a smattering of happy lights. She's got a smattering of yellow lights just because of being in a new place. She has a lot more rave lights than you would expect.
Yeah, the front Kalora's putting up is happy, but you can see the anxiety looking orbs hovering around with intermingling with the white happy orbs and the yellow confused orbs. It would probably be the yellow ones would probably be the most present, and then yellow or then the flashy ones and then the yellow ones. There's only like 2 yellow ones, maybe 5 of the white ones and 4 of the multicolored ones. If you think that's accurate, Kalora.
But no
Zappers,
reds.
meanwhile, have changed to white and yellow from the multicolored anxious lights that he had before when you guys arrived. You guys approach Duveldra's anvil works, seeing essentially a very low, squat building. It's definitely the shortest building in this whole city, probably around 10 feet high at the peak. It is a square building on one side, and it has a overhanging roof where the forge area is in the open air. There's also a covered almost gazebo on one corner that has a table with chairs around it, a bowl of fruit sitting in the center. Some of those same fruits that Zephyr you found with the white skin and the bluish interior, the silvery white skin rather, as well as some more normal looking fruits, grapes that are more purple than any grape you've ever seen in your life, and apples that shine with a mirror finish and a deep, deep red skin.
Matt, I want to say that I guess especially going forward, I want to pay attention to like Leo and the other Fae to kind of, I guess, like copy their movements to make sure, or whatever they're saying, make sure I'm kind of trying to assimilate in a sense.
Trying to pick up on mannerisms and
Yes.
emulate them.
Yes.
Okay. First, go ahead and make an insight check for me. See what you
Okay.
can pick up on.
Okay.
And then you're going to make a performance check.
Mhm. What'd you say? Insight first?
Yeah, definitely. We need to know what you pick up on.
That would be a 19.
Okay.
And what'd you say the next one? Performance?
Yep.
That'd be a 6.
6. Okay, so Leo, tell us a little bit about how you carry yourself now that you're in your home city.
I'm a lot more confident. I'm still pretty light on my feet, and I seem to be just I'm just moving very like I'm kind of like enjoying what's going everything around me, but I'm like really driving towards the anvil works. Like I seem really intent on getting there as soon as possible.
Like a sense of urgency.
Yeah, sense of urgency. You would probably see like just going along with that, like a couple anxiety pseudo-wisps around me. And then
Do you have any nervous habits that you would pick up on that are happening right now?
I think I'd probably be snapping a little bit right now. You'd see me like snapping my right finger, my right hand just a little bit.
I assume Lex will also be paying careful attention to how you greet your mother when we do arrive, so she can pick up on some of the social mannerisms as well.
Yeah, and kind of throughout like this interaction, especially, I'll be paying attention.
As you approach, the sounds of steel on steel, the banging and ringing, become louder to the point where it's actually hurting your ears a little bit. You get a slight ringing tinnitus in your ears.
All of Zephyr's wisps go white.
It begins to grow slightly warmer as you approach, and Zephyr and Hezrin, you guys would pick up on the fact that the firelight coming from the forge doesn't flicker as you would normally expect a forge to. It also doesn't look like it's just a dull glow from embers. It definitely looks like firelight. same color, but almost static, as if it wasn't burning from a fuel source that is consumed, but rather being continuously supplied with fuel that kept it at a constant rate, which is not something that you've ever seen before, but what you can pick up on based on an outside perspective.
It's almost like a jet of flame from a mouth of a
Like
dragon.
imagine
but, like sustained.
you
Or are you
had
talking
a
like butane.
almost like butane. You're not seeing the flame right now.
It's just
The
like a
jet of fire
constant
from
light
your
source
mouth
rather
is
than
still
flickering.
a flickering light.
Okay, I got
So
you.
this is almost like if you just had a light bulb and it was glowing outward,
Okay.
Mm.
but it's the same color and feel as firelight. Though you can't see the actual forge yet. There's a low wall in front of this area where the covered forge area is, and as you guys get close, you can just see Duveldra, who is currently bent over an anvil and is angrily hammering a long piece of steel that looks still formless at this point. Still a blank, if you will, rather than anything in particular. As if it could at some point become a blade or a shield or a crowbar or a pot. Its possibilities are endless at this point. She doesn't notice you all approaching. She looks to be about 45 if she were a human. She has gray hair as well, right, Leo? Same as
I just want to make sure I
Juliana.
have it right.
Silver hair.
Yep, silver hair.
Yeah. Her hair is a lustrous silver, pin straight like her daughter. Her skin is a warm ivory, sun-kissed like Leoflen's. She has no semblance of wrinkles or anything like that around her eyes. She is powerfully built. A lifelong blacksmith, her arms are thick and strong, though her body is still long and lithe and elegant. She has no trace of damage to her fingers like her daughter did, belying her instinctual and much worked on talent as a blacksmith. Looking around the shop, you note very finely crafted tools hung on hooks around the roof of the structure. Each of these hooks has 1 to 2 tools on it. Each of the tools is made from a lustrous silver metal. The handles wrapped in what appears to be leather. The shop is neat and tidy. Not the shop, the forge area is neat and tidy. There is no typical ash around the surroundings. There's no piles of wood waiting to be thrown into the fire. No burnt areas of wood, no smoke ring above the ceiling. It looks almost sterilized. And it's definitely a different kind of forge to any you have seen to this point. She continues hammering as you approach, not looking up from her work, intensely focused on the piece of metal in front of her. She mutters to herself as she works, though you can't hear it over the sound of the flame, which you can now hear is just a dull and constant roar. But you can see her mouth moving with intent as she forges.
Does it look like she's using magic? Doing anything with her an offhand or anything like that?
Make an Arcana check.
$15.
There is a magic here. You're not sure if it's her chanting or if it's something to do with the forge or the metal she's working with, but there is, you can almost feel it in the air. Any of you who can cast magic spells of any kind feel a tinge of almost the electric feeling of magic in the air. She continues working.
I'll start to like rush up to her, but then I'll remember myself and I'll kneel and kind of bow my head and like hold my hand out, and as I'm sitting there, I'll cast Mage Hand to kind of wave in front of her face to get her attention.
She kind of stops like mid-swing, halfway down on a dime, with this heavy hammer in her hands. And those of you that have done any forging know that once those hammers get moving, you're usually just relying on the weight of the hammer to actually move the steel. They're heavy enough that moving them around, manipulating them is difficult. And she just stops it mid-swing, pulls her head back, turns and sees Leoflen on the ground, and both of her hands drop to her sides. The electricity in the air lessens as she turns away from her work and takes in the sight of her son. You can just see relief flash across her face as she speaks.
Matt, real quick, I didn't want to interrupt you, but when Zephyr would probably have been like trying to follow behind Leoflen, so he'd like stay 10 feet back when he approached him, or when he approached his mom, but he would probably have like dropped down to a kneel when he saw Leoflen do it, just respectfully.
She doesn't notice any of you at this point, just sees Leoflen on the ground there, and as the relief flashes on her face, she sighs, closes her eyes slowly, and opens them back up, and speaks a little bit louder than you would think is necessary for the situation. Stand up now. There's no need for all this anxiety now that I see your face. I was worried, but I knew you'd come home. She takes 2 steps forward and takes your hand, or takes your face in her hand, which is surprisingly clean and dry. Not to you, but anyone else might find it surprising, the lack of sweat and grime.
I'll
Where have you
rise and
been?
hug her.
She
First.
hugs you back tightly around the neck, kind of just the exact same motion as Juliana did. And it feels similar as well, though your mother is much stronger than she is, owing to her years of experience. And she's a lot stronger than you as well, so you kind of get pulled in a bit as she gets a little bit carried away seeing you. Where have you been? As she continues holding you.
Just trying to find anything, to find clues on her whereabouts, what I can do.
Why couldn't you teleport back? That blasted tradesman told me you called out to him.
I guess we could have, but I didn't. When I tried to teleport here before, it got interrupted by the tower that appeared, and I didn't want to risk it again. So we took the boats instead.
The tower that appeared. What do
Did
you mean?
Uranus speak of it?
He didn't say anything about a tower. There are several. You saw Juliana, I'm assuming.
Yes.
There are some magic aberrations that have appeared around the free cities. Uranus was over last night looking for you, as a matter of fact, as what he said, one of his greatest students, or brightest students, I think was the word he used. He talked to, what was his name? Uranus. No, not Uranus.
Ranthier.
Aranthier.
Yeah, Aranthier. Went around the council and just talked to Aranthier directly, trying to get the blades sent out to investigate, because I mean, magic things happen. They appear around the free cities all the time, and we can't investigate all of them. But
This is different.
Uranus said something felt different. He was using some sort of not scrying, but like a scanning magic. You'd probably know the spell. And there are 6 or 7, I believe, of these aberrations. One that's very large, northwest of here.
And that's where the blades were sent.
And that's where the blades were sent. Aranthir has told them to get their eyes on it and essentially just be able to tell us what it is in case something is wrong. He said that it wasn't worth investigating the other anomalies because they were smaller and, in his opinion, too similar to things we see on a weekly basis to spend time doing. He did keep a small group of blades here to guard the city, but the majority of them have left. What direction were you in?
We were northwest.
More north or more west?
Fuck. I don't think I have
Meanwhile,
the
as
map.
they're talking, you guys see as they're continuing to hug, she's got her eyes closed. She hasn't opened her eyes and noticed any of you are here. She's just talking.
Can we hear this whole conversation?
She talks loud. She is a
Um,
loud person.
And what direction did we come from?
More north than west.
Okay.
More north than west.
I'll say that. More north than west.
That might, depending on how far it was, I don't have the map. That could have been where the blades are headed. You're saying it's a tower?
It's a tower. I've read of it before. It has effects on the land around it.
Do you mean the tower from the stories with the stories about Claribald the Worthy?
Yes, exactly. Claribald the Worthy.
Well, if that's the case, then ill times are ahead.
Well, luckily he's here.
You speaking in her ear hears you say that and opens her eyes and kind of pulls back immediately from the hug, letting you go, and almost stumbling backwards. I'm sorry, I didn't know any of you were here. I was distracted by my son. What do you mean he's here? She looks over the group and kind of
I'll just wait.
she catches you waving and that doesn't make any sense. How could you be Claribald the Worthy?
I don't
From
know.
Eventide.
From Eventide.
3,600 years ago, something like that?
Well, I didn't know that till right now, but probably. Sounds about right.
I
I'll
wasn't
lean
even
over
sure it
to
was.
her and I'll say, time travel mother.
I wasn't even sure it was a true story. Where's your shield? The shield that chose you. Do you have any proof of who you are, or are you misleading my son?
I don't know where the shield is. I don't know where it's been off to.
Ma'am,
Do you happen to?
Well, the stories say you took it with you into the tower.
I woke without it.
You woke without it. What does that mean? She kind of steps in between the group and Leo and kind of puts her hands on her hips.
It's a long story. There's a lot that has happened.
You all arrived here in this tower. Who are the rest of these people, Leo?
There's some of the friends that I've been traveling with. They've been, as Claribald did, they entered the tower to defeat it.
except
Is that
we're
what we've
not
been
from-
hearing out of from the material? All the
From what I know of.
so you all are the group that
You know about
she kind of
us?
walks back to the forge and sits down on a nearby stool, kind of runs her fingers through her hair, pushing it back out of her eyes.
Of course they know about us, Kalora.
This is bad. We need to talk to your father. And you need to get to Aranis as soon as possible, but not after we talk to your father. He'll know what to do.
He kind of doesn't say anything. He just like bows his head and nods, or I do.
Help me close up. We'll head to the house immediately. And she goes about putting things away and walks over to the forge area, which as you guys approached,
Yeah,
you can
I
now
would-
see is
I would ask if there's anything I can help to pack up, and I'll say that in Elven or Elvish.
she looks back at you as she's like going towards the forge and grabbing her hammer off the anvil.
Zephyr's still on a knee, by the way.
I like that she wouldn't have noticed you looking over your head because she's quite tall. She looks down and sees you and cocks her head at your speaking in Elvish, especially with your dragonborn accent added to it. Do you know your way around a forge? She responds in Elvish.
I like to think so.
All right. Arrange my calpers. They're hung on the wall there.
Okay.
I've got these 4 out, and there's a few more over there. I've been doing some measuring.
Okay.
Kind of watches you walk over to them and see you pick them up and pretty easily decide where they need to go based on the order she's got on the wall. Continue putting them up. Leo, she directs you to go lock up the actual storefront, the square building. And as she hands you the key, and as you go do that, you notice that all the lights are already off within the hut itself. As if she hasn't actually been taking customers today, was just working instead. Because normally when she's open for business, all the lights would be on. It would be brightly lit and beautiful with all the metal gleaming off of the magical lights inside. As she finishes tidying up and goes to Zafir and Hezrin, you would notice this specifically because she goes over to the forge itself, and you see it's a domed structure about 5 feet wide, with sitting on top of a metal cylinder. The cylinder has a knob about this big in the front that's brass, and it's got a small protrusion on the top that it's pointing directly upward right now. In the front of this dome is an opening. It's roughly an arch. Kind of looks like the entrance to an igloo, if you will. That kind of comes out to about the same level as the knob does. Knob's probably about 7 inches by 7 inches. And that part is where the glowing is coming from. There's no vent at the top like you'd normally see, just this front access area. You also notice, Zafir, as you're going to put up one of the calipers, there's a hinge on the back of it where it can be picked up. She turns the knob to the left. The fire dims down, though it doesn't go out entirely. There's just a small light that's still in there. As you guys kind of all finish your tasks at the same time, she looks around and sees Leo coming back from outside of or from around the side of the building, and you see her mood, the concern and the confusion kind of melt away for a moment, and she brightens, a big smile on her face, and she walks back over to Leo and kind of puts her fingers through his hair and just ruffles it a little bit. Turns to all of you, the glow still on her face from the happiness at seeing her child, and she says, I'm sorry. I've been so worried all day that I don't think I could have let it go immediately. My name's Duveldra. I'm sorry I was so rude as to not introduce myself to you immediately.
It's okay.
What are your names?
I step forward and do the bow thing that I saw both Leo and Zafir do. And I say, I'm Lex.
As you bow and say that, she smiles slightly and reaches down for your hand.
I reach back.
She pulls you back up and actually tries to pull you in for a hug.
I stiffen, obviously.
She still hugs you and doesn't even notice the stiffening. She says, "Thank you for helping to bring my son back to me. Thank all of you.
No problem.
I was so sorry to hear of all the things that have been going wrong in the material recently. If you are those who have been trying to solve it, I hope to
Yeah.
help in every way I can.
Actually, oh, hi. And
Can I step out of the hug?
Yeah, she let you go before
Okay.
she started speaking.
I once I see the hug happen and then I do my little thing, I kind of like run forward, do a quick curtsy, and then just go for a hug of her leg.
Okay. She laughs and pats your back.
I'm
You
Kalora.
all are a sight more lighthearted than I would expect from the brave adventurers trying to defeat Clara Bolt's tower.
Well, to be fair, Leo told us that we can't offend anyone here, so we can't, just ask sarcastic comments that we usually have.
We have
Well,
to
if
be on
you're
our
f-
best behaviors.
If you're friends of any of my children, you're safe with me. You might still need to be a bit more careful around his father. She winks at Leo. Your name's
Ma'am?
Kalora. Yeah, yes.
Yes. So we actually went into the tower last year. But to
All
us,
right.
it just feels like a couple months. So has anything
Well, what day did
really
you all leave?
I don't remember what day we
Just
left.
look at Lex.
Yeah.
I would
I
say
think
it,
I
but I
think
don't know it.
Leo figured it out last week. Do
Is
you
it me or
remember by any
Andrew?
chance?
That was
It might have
Andrew.
been Andrew,
Yeah,
actually.
Andrew
Andrew,
figured it
what
out.
month was it they left? Do you remember?
He put it in the chat somewhere.
I don't
Yeah,
remember if it was Zoom chat, though.
I put it in Foundry.
It was in Foundry. Okay, let me look.
All this radiant damage by Clara Bolt.
Yeah,
I know.
thanks, Jamie.
Can you filter this? That would be so
Um,
cool.
Oh, I
you guys
didn't.
want to go
Oh,
to
I
the
didn't know y'all could.
blacksmith?
Sorry, I didn't know y'all could see that. I was testing some macros for my damage.
Oh, that's what I was hearing while I was getting ready. That's so funny.
Yeah, because I was adding like all the rolls so that way I could just.
You left in
calculate it.
Konek because you started the campaign in Irie, and so you left into the tower in Konek. It is
Well-
6 months from that now.
We left about 6 months ago. Well, I guess 6 months ago for you, but not for us. So has anything happened in the material plane that's been really cataclysmic since we went in?
She kind of looks at Leo. I'm sorry. We only get whispers. We just heard that things were not going
Oh.
well. We don't know that. I don't know particularly the specifics. Leo, do you?
I think I would have been keeping up with it if the tower had come across, most likely.
Are there any names that
Roll a d20 for me, Leo.
A D20.
Yeah, sorry, Lex.
It's okay.
I just want to see how much I want to give him.
I got a 9.
9. Okay. You would have heard about this is just through general rumor and understanding,
Yeah,
right?
through the grapevine.
That there is a disease of some kind that has been spreading since the arrival of the tower. It started in the north and is spreading from there. People are actually unsure whether or not it's because of the tower, because it didn't start in the same place.
All I really know is that there is a disease that came in the north at the same time around when the tower came. That's all I
Just
really
for
know.
clarification, you mean that he knows that about our time, right? Not
Yeah.
his time. Okay.
Well, he knows that about the material plane right now.
The
There's a
material plane,
disease.
right? Because I'm sorry. Never mind. Ignore me.
I don't know exactly where it came from, right? Like I don't know that it possibly came from
You don't know
NoHo.
anything about NoHo, no.
Okay, gotcha.
Most
I
people
just know from
probably
the.
don't.
I just know the north.
Would that have happened in Eventide? Would I have remembered that happening at all? Anything similar?
There was no disease in
Okay.
Eventide.
What are the symptoms?
You wouldn't have heard anything about particular symptoms.
I'm not sure.
You just know that people are dying, and it's very dire. There's a lot of very intelligent people working towards trying to cure it.
Okay. I'll communicate that to you. And do I know how far it's spread at this point? Do I know anything about that?
I don't think you'd have specifics. You would know that
Like how far it's spread
some
from
of
the
the
north so
more
far?
northern cities of the Sword Coast are very heavily impacted, and it kind of lessens the further south you get. Some
Okay.
people have it, some people don't, that kind of thing.
It has started to spread to the northern cities of the Sword Coast, and it's starting to lessen in the south, but it is starting to make its wave across the land.
That is probably what. Um, who did you have me talk to, Kalora?
Gundren.
Gundren.
Oh, yeah.
That is probably what Gundren was talking about, the disease.
Yeah, well, we kind of knew about that too, because remember before we left, all the animals were acting weird, and
Oh yeah. What was going on with that again?
well, if there's a disease in the forest, I guess then it would make sense that maybe whatever's eating the forest.
Well,
Like-
remember how like messed up the temple to the Earth Mother was?
Yeah.
Was that like the same disease, do you think?
I remember asking that at the time, and I'm fairly certain you said no, this is just age and disuse, right, Matt?
That's what it seemed like, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I mean that just kind of seemed like that temple was forgotten about and fell
The
into
one with the purple light?
where we found that she elf bitch. Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, the one with where we had to like break the big obsidian. And then it like made all of the woods better.
Sorry,
Wait,
I don't mean to interrupt, but could we begin walking? I'd really like to talk to my husband about this. We can continue conversing as we go, but I
Yeah,
think this is pretty urgent.
Where are we headed?
We're going to head to our little area of the city. Our
Wait,
home.
wait, and are you still giving away the free hugs? Because I didn't get mine.
He knew
You all just started talking. I can give hugs.
Bet. Hey, I'm Hezrian. Goes in for a big hug. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. We don't see many of your kind here. It's very nice to see you.
Nice to see you too. Thank you.
I'll follow up that and be like, I'm Zephyr Tarhunt. I really look forward to talking to you more about smithing and stuff like that.
She kind of takes note of the smithing accoutrement on the two of you, our forge clerics, and kind of has a little tweaked smile on her face. I look forward to that conversation as well.
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
sure you have some insights to give me. I don't know a huge amount about forging methods outside of the Feywild, but I'm always willing to learn.
I mean, I don't know anything about forging in the Feywild, and I'm always willing to learn too.
We'll have to talk about this further later. Absolutely.
You have no idea. I can't wait.
She looks at Clairbold. I know who you are. I've known who you were since I was a girl.
It's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for your hospitality and having me here.
Anything you need.
I appreciate it. I would just love to some time in the university, maybe. Other than
That's
that,
not up to me, but I'm sure it won't be a problem. It's pretty deserted these days.
Thank you.
I mean, the times I was able to get my children to sleep telling them stories of your exploits, if I can help at all, let me know. What about the two of you? I believe you're a gnome, yes?
Yes, I am a bard. I like the music.
Lovely.
And then I hug her ankle.
She kind of reaches down and just kind of pats your back. It's lovely to meet you.
Lovely to meet you as well.
And I'm Logan. It's nice to meet you.
She kind of does a slight bow. It's nice to meet you as well, Logan. And your Warforged friend. He seems quiet today. But it's nice to meet him as well.
Let's be
He's
right.
getting there.
Oh,
So you guys
but
continue onwards through the city. This time now noticing a little bit of life in the city. More people coming out and walking around. A lot of these people are in ones and twos. There's no massive groups of people. You get the sense that this city, though it spans a large area, isn't huge, isn't anywhere near the scale of Mightside, for instance. There might be 12 to 15 families here, judging by the number of houses, maybe less. Now, how many kids each of those families has, who knows? But it's not a bustling metropolis. It's a sleepy city that maybe does a lot of trade. You do notice more buildings around during your walk through the city. You actually have to go down 2 levels to get to the more residential area from the market area, but you do pass a few more of the buildings in the market.
Can I
There
be
is a
paying
small
attention?
market area
Oh.
that has just, sorry, let me just get through this part
You're
real
good.
quick. Small market area that has general goods stores, more like stalls, that kind of things. They sell baked goods and drinks and fruit. No meat at all that you've seen during this entire time. Plenty of mushrooms. There's a small jewelry area as well, an apothecary. You notice, where is it? I'll just give you what shops you see. Outside of the market, there is God, where is it? Do I not have that open anymore? One sec, I'm sorry, guys. Lex, what are you gonna ask while I'm looking for this?
Oh, I'm just paying attention to all the interactions, just mannerisms and stuff.
You do notice that the people who are walking around in small groups of ones and twos, they tend to walk very closely, regardless of if it's a male-female group, a male-male group, or a male-female group. They all kind of walk either shoulder to shoulder, in some cases arm in arm. And they speak very quietly to each other when they do talk. It's almost like, at least at the moment, they don't want to break the silence, the tense silence that has kind of fallen over the city. So they're all very huddled together, very close, just like the branches of this tree are somewhat close together and almost bunched at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah, you see a general goods store. You actually, as you get further down, see small plots of land that have similar foundations as the ones that hold buildings, but instead of buildings, they have large stone gardens that have been set up that grow various fruits and vegetables, things like that. You also see on those same areas huts made of stone with no windows and a very small door in the front. You see various shrines that are set up, some of them very small and just like a box with a figure in it where various offerings have been set in front, up until one that is a full-on a temple almost. Continuing, you see a building. This was still in the market district actually, so it would have been before the gardens. There's a building that says just the stables on it. It's a high building with a big barn coming off of one side. There is also a bakery. The bakery is one of the more organically shaped buildings. It has a big bulbous bottom and almost looks like a gourd. It's very wide and then comes up to a knobbly point at the top. very near to the university, there's also a large domed building. Also looks very organic, but more symmetrically organic, has a big dome on the top. Continuing on, you get to the more residential area where the homes of all of these Eladrin elves are. Each of these is particularly suited to the family that resides there. Some of them are very grand, others are very humble. They grow in different shapes and sizes with different decorations, though all are covered by those flowering vines and fractal patterns you saw before, suffusing the air with that same sweet, tart smell. Some have small gardens around the back, some are completely bare, without even a lawn, just sat on the bare wood of the foundation. As you near Leoflen's family home, I didn't prepare him for this, but I would like to see if Leo could describe what it looks like for us.
It's something, if it makes sense, like simple yet complicated. Like it only has maybe a few windows on it, but they're elaborate stained glass with a, you know, regular rectangular door, but with just very ornate kind of crafting on the front. There are a couple balconies up farther into the building off of a couple of the branches with it, just all of like the craftsmanship is just immaculate, mixed with certain accents that my mother would have done with different things of iron to kind of make it our own instead of just the nature, like the others.
All of the windows, for instance, are framed. All of the stained glass are framed with wrought iron, delicate filigree across the window panes themselves in the front.
What part of
That
the
kind
tree
of
is this
shape
on?
the light going back. This is on a large branch coming out of the tree, probably a good 50 feet down from the top layer that you came from.
Okay.
And probably a little bit more out as well, not so clustered to the base. I like to imagine also that Leoflen's family home has elements that are very, very structured and square and angular, while others, taking on the other personalities in the home, are more organic and curved and natural. I also imagined a tower, but I'm not married to it, Leo.
Yeah, that sounds good.
So in one area there is a tower. At the top there is a large, almost a widow's walk at the top of the tower, with a metal half fence ringing around it. I also forgot to mention something, Reed. As you guys are looking around, not all of the things I described are on this one tree. There are actually surrounding trees that weren't visible from the lake, but are of the same size, that also support elements of the city, with these large connecting branches meeting in the middle and continuing onwards. That is my bad, Reed. I forgot to mention that. So, for instance, the more agricultural areas are separated from this particular residential area and the shops. It seems like the residential area that you're in now, where Leo's family lives, is connected to the so-called merchant class of the city. So all of the people who own shops or run businesses tend to live on this particular tree where all of that stuff is. This is also the largest tree, but the others are immense and very similarly sized. But they support other areas of the city's needs and infrastructure. The agricultural, some are purely residential. Some look like they are not being used at all at the moment. Leo, you would know those to be the areas that are reserved for celebrations. There is a large swath of the city that is opened up during the larger celebrations and isn't used in the day-to-day. We can talk more about that later. But as you approach Leoflen's family home, you note that the roof of this particular building, though all of the roofs in the city that you've seen thus far have been blue, this one seems slightly darker than the rest. The branches that kind of surround the foundation of this building are huddled close, in some points actually scratching the walls and windows of the building as if protecting it. Develdra kind of steps forward and stops the group as you kind of get to the entryway. Just to let you all know, the tree has been somewhat protective of us lately, so don't, and not that you would, but don't do anything crazy, okay? Okay. And she kind of turns around and opens the door, which you note is not locked. It doesn't actually have a locking mechanism on it, just a simple knob that looks to be made from the same silvery material as her tools were. Opens it up and leads you all into their home.
As I walk in, is the tree part of like the archway?
What do you mean?
You know what I mean? So you said like the trees are like protecting the home. So like entering, is there like a piece of the tree as they were going in nearby?
Oh no, the entryway is on part of the foundation. So the branches of the trees that this foundation is supported by are kind of on the outsides. They're just curving in at the ends to reach around the building. They're not all over everything.
Like part of the archway. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Almost like they were just hugging it and holding it from the bottom. But the main courtyard is still clear. As you guys step inside the building, the main entryway is beautiful. The wood that makes up the outside of the house tends to make up the same, or make up the interior as well. Again, just looking like it smoothly grows from where the floor is. It's almost like a curve to a 90-degree angle that forms the brace. So there's no hard joint. It's just a smooth slope upwards. It's decorated by various bits of intricate and delicate metalwork collected over hundreds of years, some of which are, especially to our metalsmiths, just mind-blowing, and to our musicians and artists, beautiful and inspiring. Some are blocky, large, and menacing in their aspect, while others are delicate and shining, beautiful. There's a carpet that stretches further into the house that is the same beautiful green as the leaves of the trees outside. The area is lit by both a combination of dancing magical lights floating near the walls and pseudo wisps that have come inside the home and are moving about as they will. Leo, I need to grab something from downstairs, or from down here. Could you go up and lead them to your father, please? He's in his study, most likely.
I'll nod and wait for them to follow me and start walking up there.
She heads over to the area where the none of the house is like specifically designed for any purpose. Like any of the rooms can be anything at any given time. It's kind of fluid in that way, but generally there's an area where you eat, an area where you prepare meals, an area where everyone just sits and talks together. She kind of goes towards that area of the house, which is all in one corner as you guys head up the stairs towards your father's study, which is near your parents' bedroom. As you guys head up, you hear the sound of a quill scratching on parchment and a deep and rich voice, just every once in a while grunting. The
Okay,
door
John
to the
Heron.
study is. You've called my dad a rich and deep voice. Okay,
He has a ugh when he, he grunts.
he does. There is the door to the study, unlike all of the other doors in the house at the moment, is currently closed. Leo.
I'll reach down and open it.
So you open the door and step inside. Your father looks up from whatever piece of legislation or writing he's working on. And when he sees you, you see the barest hint of a smile on his face. Your mother was worried. I knew you could handle yourself. Welcome home.
What color are his wisps?
Oh, did the rest of you guys go in as well?
Oh, I didn't. Sorry, I just thought the door was open.
I would have gone in.
Yeah,
with,
I kind of like.
I would have
peek
been
in.
following behind, like, if he went
Okay, so
in.
Leo
I would-
didn't go in, so you guys didn't go in. So he just
Right.
peeked in.
I just kind of peeked my head in, and then was waiting for him to kind of like motion in. Sorry.
You've spoken to your mother.
Yes, she's downstairs.
Okay, she'll be up soon then. Come on in. We need to talk. Uranus is looking for you.
I'll walk in and kneel before his desk.
I assume the rest of you kind of filter in too.
I just kind of poke my head in, like, looking in.
He would immediately notice you, even if he's looking at Leo. I see we have guests as well.
I'll say hello in Elvish. There are quite a few of us, and then I'll walk in and like kneel to the like side and behind Leoflen.
You
All right.
Not all of you need to kneel. It's customary for the younger kin to you. A bow will suffice.
I bet they're all younger than I am, huh?
Probably. I mean, no disrespect. You don't look old.
He kind of smiles at that. No, everyone come in. As my son so correctly put it, you do not need to kneel to me. Leo, do you care to explain why you've brought, counts you up, 9 people into my study?
They have to do with the situation of the anomaly that Uranus found.
Do they now?
Yes.
All right, good you're here then. One moment. He takes the writing on his desk, sprinkles it with some sand, folds it up, and then you see him take a decorative spoon off of a flame that he had on his desk, pour the wax that was within it onto the what now is apparently a letter, and puts his seal from his ring into the wax. My name's Finterin. It's nice to meet you all. Anything we can do to help you while you're here, feel free to ask. I can't promise anything. The wheels of democracy run slowly, but I may be able to help you with some things while you're here. Now, how involved in this anomaly are they, Leo?
They entered the tower, which is what the anomaly is, from the material, and they have exited here.
Sorry, the tower.
It's a tower that affects the land around it in malevolent ways.
Right. So probably good we sent the blades then, though I probably would have sent them to the other areas as well.
It's the tower from the stories that Mother used to read us at night with Claribald the Worthy.
The ones about that night that you ran around and pretended to be.
You'd see Leo blush a lot at this point.
You had that little song you did.
kind of just like shuffles. I kind of shuffle from my feet. He's here, Father. He's here, right over there.
The man from your storybooks is here.
I'll step forward and just kind of give a small bow.
Sir, I
What was
can
his name?
imagine how
What was
crazy.
your name? Claribold, that was it. Claribold. You're Claribold.
I'm Claribold.
You know, Leo, I've got parchment. I could have him sign something for you.
That won't be necessary, Father.
So you feel comfortable me telling these people what Uranus told me? You feel that would be in the best interest of our people?
I do.
All right. At this point, Develdra walks in as well. Meanwhile, I didn't describe what Finterin looks like. He is around the same age as Leo's mother, Develdra. Looks to be around 45 if he were a human. He has very golden blonde hair, which is partially slicked back, but you can tell he's been working today and it's kind of messed up around the sides. He has very pale skin, like Juliana, almost the same color entirely, which makes sense considering he's her dad. He's very square jawed for an elf, though he still doesn't have the he doesn't have any facial hair whatsoever. He looks authoritative is the way you could describe him. But as Develdra walks in, he looks up at her and says, "Ah, dear, did you bring it?" She's, "Yeah, I've got it. It's right here." She hands him a rolled up piece of parchment. Leo, where's that map you've been working on?
I'll take it out of my bag and kind of move things around on his desk and lay it out for him.
Thank you. All right, everyone, gather up, please. You need to see this.
I shuffle in.
Leo, could you mark where the tower is on this map, or have you already?
I would have marked it. I don't think I have the map, by the way, Matt.
It's on that Jamboard we had.
Oh yes, you're right. Thank you.
What?
Jamboard.
What
It's a
is it?
Google service.
Oh.
So Leo pulls out a map, which you guys all get to see now as well. It is this. It's clearly hand drawn, though very, very finely and intricately. There's, in large part, the forest is what's gone into the most detail. This isn't complete because I've been lazy and haven't completed it. Leo's got a couple more marks on here than are shown, but you see of note the tower being marked there at the top. There's a mark for ruined city, which is directly to the west of the tower. South of that, there is a temple. Then the other cities that are noted are Arasanea, Glahar, and then there's a mountain range, the Exheller Peaks, and the Three Sisters being three lonely mountains directly to the south of that. So this is the area where the tower appeared. All right. Develdra, how did you activate this thing? He has the roll of parchment in his hand. He just hands it over to her. It gets frustrated, and she opens it up and speaks two words in Elvish, and they basically translate to "show me." And as she's holding it out like this, you see the paper go transparent, like a sheet of glass, though still movable, like a piece of paper. On it, there are 7 dots, one of which is very large, and the others are smaller, though of varying sizes. She lays it down over top of the map. They're exactly the same size. And you see that the largest dot on that transparent piece of paper directly aligns to the area where the tower appeared. Lex, looking at this map, you would note that another of the dots directly correlates with where that fountain was. The others are spread out. There's one over the ruined city. There are two, one on the east and one on the west of the temple to the south here. And then there are two, sorry, I gotta get my notes out again. Oh, you guys can see this, can't you?
Yep.
Never mind, let me open this over here. There are two that are more north, actually directly north from both the ruined city and the tower. And then there is one at the center of this large lake on the map. All of these black dots, when aligned on Leo's map, don't form any particular pattern that you can ascertain. They look to be randomly placed, though certainly aligned with either geographical or man-made buildings or structures within the area. Finterin kind of lays it out and looks up at Leo. This is what Uranus brought over. These are the disturbances that he found during his scans. Now, we do see, and things are brought to the council's attention all the time, disturbances. Uranus routinely scans for them. You've probably been with him when he does it. He says these are different. I don't see how, or I didn't, rather, until you mentioned that tower. He said they elude him. He can't discern their source or if they're natural. We've sent the blades. Well, he didn't speak to the council about it, which you see his brow furrow a bit. I guess makes sense, but you'd think taking it directly to the Fae himself would be the last thing you'd want to do.
On that note, I don't know what they will be able to gain from being there, so I don't know.
Well, we've been briefed on it now, the council. They are sent to look. They will not
Enter. Okay.
enter if it's a structure. They will not engage if it's an enemy. They are dressed in our most camouflaged clothing available and will be unseen to their journey through the forest. In fact, even if you ran into them, you probably wouldn't have noticed on your journey back because they would have been taking a path at least near the river when you came back. You would have seen them from the ship if they weren't in their stealthy gear. Leo, it's up to you. I don't know if you're feeling up to another foray. You see him, he's kind of struggling with how to word this, and Leo, you'd recognize it as almost being flustered and having a difficult time fully understanding what it is you went through a few months ago, but wanting to be supportive. But Uranus wants you to investigate some of these smaller disturbances.
I'll rest my hand on his shoulder and I'll do it as asked of me. We did see one of them. I'll kind of point to the one that I kind of recognize as where the fountain was. There was a fountain there that turned into an altar. I don't really know what it may have been. I might have to consult Uranus on it.
I did
All right.
flip a coin. There are two levels of this fountain, lower, upper, and I flipped a coin into the upper as if to make a wish, supposedly. And then that's when everything changed into an altar courtyard sort of look from a garden fountain.
That doesn't sound too different from the normal mysteries of the Feywild.
But it looked like somebody had burned something upon the altar. There's a ring of ash.
Burn something.
Hey, Matt.
Yeah.
Did the architecture of the temple, like the style of it, did it appear different from what we would see in the Feywild? Like bulky, not as elegant
Yeah.
or nature
I mean,
based?
it was made of stone in the
Yeah.
first place and metal, which is a little bit more rare, at least in what you've seen of Valahastra thus
Mhm.
far. You haven't seen the other cities, obviously, but it didn't look particularly elven, so to speak.
At that point, I would pipe up and say, also of note is that it didn't really look like it belonged in the Feywild at all. It wasn't as elegant or beautiful as everything here, and it seemed like out of place.
I take it you all will be assisting my son in this.
Assisting.
Assisting.
Kind of look at them like hopefully.
I'd like to
Valahastra
think
would be in
so.
your debt. I don't speak for the council, but I can speak for my seat. If this tower from the storybooks is here, we need to know everything we can.
Are you on the council?
Yes, I am.
Well, I think we'll do our best to help your son in this. I mean,
Leo.
obviously, I think I'll have to talk it over with them, but we'll
Sure.
try.
Leo, keep in mind, this is not a demand from me or from the council. In fact, I don't think Uranus has talked to the council. I think he was hoping that he could convince and have the blades sent out to investigate each of these, but now he wanted you to look, but it's not a demand. You have a choice.
I will do it. My thirst for knowledge will not be stopped. I want to know what's going on.
Okay. I guess it's settled then. He's going to make an insight check on you, Leo, because he's concerned.
Okay.
Matt, we can still see your page.
Yeah, you're still showing stuff.
Damn it. I can stop now, right?
Yep.
So
Yeah.
Stop share. All right.
super quick, Matt. Would I have known? I haven't had a chance to really ask, I guess. Would I know this spell that you're talking about with scanning, or do I need to do like an Arcana check with it or something?
You would know it. It's a homebrewed spell that I have not
Oh, that's exciting.
finished yet, but it's similar to scrying, and it's a similar cost. It's something that Uranus does to ensure the protection of the free cities. But usually it just detects the normal natural magical phenomenon within the Feywild. This is the first time that it's sparked something different.
Very cool. Okay, that's really exciting.
He rolled a 16 trying to determine your mental state.
I think he would know that I'm very similar to my mother and that I am eager to go do something to kind of occupy my mind instead of thinking about what's going on.
Okay,
That makes sense.
it does. All right, you should go see Uranus then. Take his map with you as well. You all might need it. I take it you all wouldn't be leaving tonight. Do you need lodgings? Will you be staying at the Chestnut or?
The Chestnut
would
We do
probably-
have rooms here if you'd prefer.
Oh, well, we wouldn't
It'd
want.
be a little tight, but we could make it work.
No, we would never put you out, or I wouldn't. I would stay at the Chestnut with Tito, at least.
You should believe him. He's a knight after all.
Oh, believe me, I know.
Before,
I-
go ahead. Sorry, I apologize.
No, you're fine. I just, if things are as bad as we think they are in the prime, and the source of that is here, I don't really know what to tell you. It has to be stopped. We've got too many things going on right now to have to worry about this as well. Leo, what were you gonna say?
Before we move like the map and the glass, and they'll, I guess, eventually turn back into to a paper. I want to just mark on the map where those all those anomalies were, just so I can have it just in case we don't have the piece of paper.
Sure. Yeah, your father would actually see you doing that. And, the good thing about the sheet from Uranus is if any of those anomalies move, it will track them. So keep it with you, regardless of whether you mark on your map or not.
Good to know. Good to know.
And then I just turned to Leo. I was like, and I'll know where they are previously if they don't move.
Fantastic.
Leo, will you be back tonight?
I will stop by. I'll most likely be with them, just conversing and stuff. So I may be.
Yes, we wouldn't want to keep you. I would like to speak with you alone at some point before you leave, if you decide to leave. Develdra kind of walks over and puts her hand on his shoulder as he's sitting in his chair. He rarely gets to meet new people. Let him go with them. He doesn't need to be tied to the house. You're right. You always are. Go see Uranus then, and then see the sights in the city before you leave. If there's anything we can do, we're always here.
Hey, Matt, did the wisps follow us into this room?
Yeah, there's still clusters of wisps around.
Okay. At the point you see, or when the mother says that let him go out and be with friends and people, you see all of Kalora's things get really sad right away.
All right, everyone. It was lovely meeting you all. I'll be here if you need me, he says, looking at Leo. I'm gonna head back and try to get some more work done. If either of the two of you, she points at Hezrian and Zafir, kind of just nods to both of you. If either of you would like to stop by at some point, I'll probably be working into the night.
I mean,
Haven't been
yeah,
sleeping well
for
recently.
sure.
Definitely.
All right.
I'll
She-
hug each of them before I leave, and
That's what I was going to say too. She goes over to hug Leo, and then she exits. Father stands up and hugs you as well, and I assume you guys leave and start heading back towards where?
The kicking chestnut.
Real quick, I'm probably the last one to leave the room except for Leo. And as I'm about to walk out the door, I turn to his father and say, sir,
Yes.
Do you have a way of getting a letter to the material plane by chance?
I would have to send someone with it, but I could
Oh.
do that.
No, not necessary. Thank you.
Sure. He as you leave, he kind of Leo, he grabs your shoulder and turns you around. if anyone enjoys some, or if anyone deserves to enjoy some time relaxing, it's you. I'm sorry something has come up so quickly since you've already been trying to find them this whole time. I hate to rely on you again to do this. But we need you.
Kind of like rest my hand on his shoulder and kind of like move it up to his neck and just kind of pull him close and touch my forehead to his.
He smiles a bit and kind of grabs the back of your neck as well. You have to promise me something though. Tonight, after you speak to Uranus, do something fun. Don't dwell on it. This town has been so fucking depressing these last few months.
I'll chuckle a little bit.
I'm sick of blue. I'm sick of sadness, and I know you are too. Enjoy talking to your new friends. Have some fun. And then, and only then, start thinking about what you can do to save the world.
I'll nod and back away and bow and leave his study.
He turns around, and just as you turn around, you see him pick up that letter that was on his desk and kind of just tap it twice on the surface of his desk and set it down in the middle and sit back down as you close the door. With that, I believe we can take our first break. As you guys have now met Leo's parents, which is more than you can say for any of the rest of you.
I was just thinking that like on break, I don't think you've really played parents yet, have you?
Well, you
Mm,
can't play
I've
mine.
been other people's parents,
Yeah,
but not
any characters.
any
parents.
characters' parents.
Well,
You
you
were
ha-
Zaffer's
You've been
mom.
my mom,
Oh, I have been Zephyr's
That is
mom,
true.
but not in person, only over the
and
phone.
you've been an aberration of my father. In my,
Well, I've
nightmare
described one,
dream.
but I don't. Did he say anything? I don't
Maybe
think he
not.
said anything.
Well, and if that wizard from the cart counts as B-Rad's father, then you've been him.
That
He
does
does
count.
not.
Does
Yeah,
count.
that's his dad.
Spindor the Magnificent.
Man, we
I
took
really
B-Rad
want
away from
y'all
his dad.
I really want y'all to meet Norman and Nilly Tilly.
Yeah,
Can't wait
but
to play them.
oh, your
Tito's
parents. Gotcha.
Norman.
I mean, Tito and Kalora are the only ones that have both parents still alive, I think.
Okay, quit bragging, guys.
Spoiler
Other than
alert.
Leo.
I was like, my parents are alive.
Spoiler.
So you thought.
Yeah.
I said I
They
think,
dead now.
and at least to your understanding.
They used to be alive.
So as you guys exit the Amastasia residence and make your way back to the more mercantile section of the city, where both of your potential destinations for the upcoming few hours reside. Actually, I'll say that Duveldra walks with you for the majority of the time. So if you guys want to talk, feel free until she splits off to go to the forge and kind of waves goodbye. Anybody has any questions or
would
stuff?
So how long have you been smithing?
Leo, do you remember how old I turned on my last birthday?
Kind of like see him like start snapping his fingers next to his ears. 705.
Right, so I've been smithing in that case for well, there was that time. No, that doesn't count. Uh,
I mean, give or take.
675 years, somewhere around there.
Okay, what's your favorite thing you ever made?
It's not going to be what you expect.
That's fine.
I made a Leo, you'll remember this. We had it when you were young, but your sister threw it off of the tree, and I never found it again. It was a teapot. Do you remember, Leo, the teapot that always boiled the water just perfectly, and it was
Made
thicker on the
wonderful tea.
bottom and thinner on the top, and I just had these lovely designs that I hand hammered into it.
What was
Use
it
that
made out
teapot every
of?
day.
What
Oh, that's
was
a good
it?
question. I'm not sure you have this in the material. It's from the darker portions of the Feywild, those that are closer to the Shadowfell. If you know anything about our plane, there are certain areas that are closer to the Shadowfell and are more connected, and these places tend to be darker and more dull, and that's beside the point. There's a metal that you can find there. We just call it shadow steel. I don't know what the more technical term for it is, if there is one, but it's when it's pulled from the ground, it's a very dark and almost black metal. Once it's melted down and forged into something, it can be shined and burnished to a just beautiful, almost smoky silver finish.
I want some of that so bad.
I don't have much of it, but if you maybe wanted to make a dart or a dagger with it, I could spare some. It's pretty hard to
I
come
mean,
by.
I don't want to like take your stuff. I just meant like maybe if we somehow end up where we're like in super dangerous places, like the dark places, yeah, if we could find some. But I
You can
don't-
actually. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I just don't want to take your stuff.
Well, remind me to show you something
To
at least.
burden
There's.
you.
I saw your weapon has some Damascus elements to it. There's an interesting property of shadow steel is that it can alloy or at least be welded to any other metal. So you
That's
can actually
crazy.
make a Damascus with billets made up of any two metals you choose, as long as
What
one
if
of
you
them
did like
is
the shadow steel and
steel.
the mithril?
Right. My favorite is shadow steel and silver. It's just so beautiful, the contrast between the two.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I'll have to show you. I have
Yes.
a dagger that's made out of that.
What would you say if I told you I might have a metal that you don't know what it is?
I would be rather surprised.
Me too. So I want to show you this really bad. And I just take off my gauntlet and hand it to her.
Takes it.
All as we're walking, obviously, but
You can hear her tap it, and she holds it close to her ear and taps it, and kind of shakes it and taps it to her ear. And damn it, Leo, I can't hear this. Can you? Can you put it to your ear and tap it and tell me what it sounds like?
I'll do that for her.
It's got a very. You've gotten used to this kind of treatment from her. Occasionally, she'll have you test the purity of things by tapping on it and describing the sound. Somehow, no matter how poorly you're able to describe what the metal sounds like, the way it resonates, she's always able to pick up on elements of your description and determine aspects of the metal through it. So as you hold it to your ear and tap it, it's got almost a bright sound. It doesn't resonate very long, but it's a very pure note while it does. But the half-life of the note is very short. So it's like you tap it and it's like a very pure, crisp note for a millisecond. And then if you tap it with the pad of your finger rather than the fingernail, it makes a dull kind of thumping, ringing sound, almost like a large bell if you just walked up to it and tapped it with your finger. And you try to describe that to her in the best way possible, I suppose.
I'll like start doing it with the nail. It's a little bit I guess bright is the word. And it's not very long. And then I'll start doing it with the palm of my hand, or the pad. A little dull, maybe like a bell.
Okay.
I
Okay,
can
thank you.
try something.
She's got her brow completely furrowed and takes it back from him. Does not give any indication that she heard what you just said very quietly, Zephyr. She just holds it and you can see her rubbing the back of it with the pad of her finger. She like does a quick scan of the whole area with just the very tip of her finger. Are you sure this is metal?
I don't really know what it is, but it was presented to me in the form of an ingot.
I'm gonna pull out my lotus flower.
Well, you've got some too? You forged this. Did
I
you forge
didn't.
this?
Not the flower. No, that is how it came to her. Like,
Came to me.
So it's got to be magical of some kind. But did
It
you
w-
forge the ingot into this?
not with a
Gauntlet.
hammer. I've already got to show Leoflen, so I can show you too. But in my one of the blessings I get from my god Onatar, I am able to mold metal and material, wood, stone. As long as it's like got some metal, you know, I can kind of mold it with my mind, and through prayer shape the weapon or armor
Well,
or
I've
tool.
got to see that. She puts her hand on Zaffir's back. Leo, you have to bring him by tonight. I don't care how late it is or how drunk he is. I have to see that.
Will be done.
I'll probably be. I slept a lot yesterday, so I probably will just work through the night. Yeah, bring him by. You come by. She turns to you, Zephyr.
I mean, yeah, I'm going to come by.
This, by the way, seems almost like. Have you ever had oysters? I haven't, but I've seen their shells.
Okay.
The inside of them. It has that kind of opalescent sheen that it has here.
Yeah.
This and the description Leo gave me is pointing towards a non-metal.
Oh, I can I wanted to when he was describing the noises, I wanted to try something. So if are you not able to hear because of hammering or as well?
She kind of actually blushes a little bit.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to embarrass you. My
No,
dad had that a
it's
little bit.
all right. I just feel like I'm getting old. Once you get past 600, it's just all downhill.
I'm gonna use like as she's embarrassed a little bit, I'm gonna use thaumaturgy to try and make the noise that the metal made when he tapped it just at a louder volume.
Oh, I heard that. I like that. Can you do that one more time?
Yeah, and then I'll do it again.
Okay. Wow, Leo, you did not do a great job of describing that.
I rarely do. I'll kind
It's
of like roll my eyes a little bit.
kind of. Okay, so I still feel like it might not be fully metal. It's a hybrid of some kind, and I think shell is getting there, but it's not quite right. If you're gonna be around a while, maybe we can run some tests, see if we can figure out what it is.
Yeah, definitely.
It'd be
I
nice
think
to have someone who knows what they're doing other than my ever so sweet and well-intentioned daughter.
yeah, she wanted to talk too because she saw my hammer. So
She's
she's
still
at
learning.
I think.
She's still learning. She's only been doing this for like 60 years, somewhere around there.
Oh God, I'm really worried that you're going to really like my prayer forging, but maybe not my hammer forging very much because I haven't had 60 years of experience.
Speaking of
I guess that makes
experience,
sense. You guys don't live very long in the material, do you? Except for the elves.
Yeah, not that long.
Depending on how powerful I get, I could live for a really long time.
Good for you. You should learn a skill. It'll take you far.
Okay.
Speaking of experience,
Did I say something wrong?
Zephyr's not laughing. Michael's laughing.
Calora's not laughing.
I'm sorry, I'm just excited.
Calora blushes and just kind of like walks away a little bit.
Leo, I did it again. I'm sorry.
I kind of shake my
Just
head.
Tell him I'm
you,
crazy.
It's fine. Have you possibly seen the maker's mark that's on the bottom of Zephyr's
I
hammer?
was literally about to show you this, like hammer in my hand.
That's well, if you made this, you'll have no problems keeping up with either
No,
of us.
That's my dad's work. Patari Star Hunt.
And what metal is this?
Um,
She taps it. Ah, fuck.
I'll make the noise loudly instead of telling her.
Oh, okay. Damascus steel, mithril, leather, gold. A lot of money, your father.
Fine craftsmanship. I mean, I didn't really know if he had a lot of money. Most of the time that I got to watch him forge, it was under the enslavement of a dragon. So
Oh,
mostly chains.
we do know about dragons. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to presume.
Oh, it's all right. That's why I'm seeking out his weapons, because I only got to see a few of them while I was growing up.
You can see why I like the forge. Metal doesn't talk back. But I've seen this maker's mark before. One of the blades, what was her name?
I couldn't remember either.
It's the tall one with her hair was gray, but then she had someone change it to brown. And she's got those long arms, but one of them's slightly longer than the other.
It's a very unique facts.
Lumarcia, that's her name. Lumarcia. She has one. The maker's mark's very similar. I don't know if I haven't looked at it in enough detail to know exactly, but similar enough that I would tell you to take a look. I think she was with the party that went towards what we now know to be the tower.
Yeah, I
She
appreciate
keeps that thing on her at all times.
I'll
She
definitely
swears
look
by
at
it in
this.
combat. That and her weirdly long arm.
Why does she have a long arm?
It gives her more reach. I don't know. I don't know why it's longer.
Can you guys just decide how you look?
I mean, some people can do that. I mean, surely one of you is able to change your appearance, right?
I mean, yeah, I can be blue or brass, depending on if I make myself brass in the morning.
Sometimes I
Right.
part my hair on the left side, and sometimes I part it on the right side when I wake up.
The storybooks are not lying about this one. No, I mean, she's not a changeling or anything, but maybe she had one of the more magically inclined people slightly change her appearance. Who knows?
That's really cool.
But this is my stop. Are you guys heading to see Uranus first, or are you going to the Chestnut to see your sister?
Where did you all want to stop first?
Well, Leo, it's kind of up to you.
Where was
Leo, I
Uranus?
know you're with your new friends, but do see Uranus before too long. He's very old and he likes to go to bed early.
We will go to him first.
Our fire alarm is going off.
It's probably the forge. Sometimes that happened at my dad's.
No smoke in my forge. All right,
But just the heat, you know?
I'll talk to you all later then. Enjoy your evening, and I do hope you stop by a little bit later. At least our two forge enthusiasts. But I'd love to see all of you as well.
Oh yeah, real quick. and I'm going to take out the probably the best thing I've handcrafted, that Damascus longsword, out of my bag, and I hold it out to her and say, "This is one of my better pieces that I've hand forged." And he looks like a little embarrassed, but if you want to like take a look at it, and you can tell me all the ways it can be better when I come back.
That sounds
would be
great. I will.
Nice.
I'll look it over. It's no poor effort, that's for sure. But I'll get into the details and let you know. I have some ways of measuring and verifying that I've worked out over the years that might be helpful to you in the future.
I've got so many questions, but I won't bore all of them with them right now. So I'll talk to you later.
All right. Talk to you then. Bye, Leo. I'll talk to you later this evening.
I'll bow to her and hold and clasp her hand and just squeeze it. And
As you
Gather
grab her
everybody.
hand, she kind of leans in. I won't embarrass you in front of your friends, but just know that I love you and I'm glad you're safe.
squeeze it harder.
Meanwhile, she was not whispering, so you did all hear that, but she thought she was whispering, so.
Michael, you're
All right.
muted.
I'll act like I didn't hear anything.
Bye, everyone. And she turns around and starts walking back towards her forge. And then after a couple steps, she turns around and I've still got this. This is yours, and hands you your gauntlet back.
Oh yeah, thank you. I need that back.
Sure. You looked rather naked without it, so. Bye, everyone. Turns around and actually walks back to the forge. And you guys are left without an NPC. What would you like to do?
Well, if we're
Can
going
I-
to go see Uranus, we'll have to head to the university.
To be clear, the university, I'm interrupting people a lot tonight, and I'm really sorry. This is a very complex city that I'm trying to wrap my head around while I'm telling you guys the story of it. The university is the very large rectangular building with the grand staircase, the columns, and the stained glass windows behind the balcony. That's all.
Hey, Leo.
Kind of like look around to her.
Are these trees friendly?
It's a really good question. I would say that they are indifferent to those that visit and to those of us that take care of them and live with them. They are kind too.
Huh.
But as you guys are here and you are visiting, they would, depending on your intent, which they can most likely sense through you, as you're touching them, walking on them, they would just as soon as lift you up to the top, or they may smash you with their branches if you are malicious into little puddles.
Good to know.
Wait, the trees will stomp us?
They're very protective.
Yes,
Okay.
they're very protective of those of us that have been here for thousands upon thousands of years.
That's really cool.
Yeah, the strongest defense is not even us. Imagine fighting nature itself that has endured for so long.
I am going to, excuse me, Calora's voice. I'll meet you guys at the university. I kind of want to fly there.
Sounds good.
Go for it, Core.
I'm gonna wild shape into a. Actually, before I leave, Leo, is there a bird that's unique to this particular forest?
I don't know. Matt?
Yes,
You've been
Would
kind
I
of doing
know
the
it?
animals, so
there is there are several birds that mirror those that you would find in the material, with different colorations and different songs. But there is one Feywild specific bird that only inhabits this forest and only for a very specific time of the year until it will then migrate for a few months to the Summer Kingdom and stays there. While it is there, it changes its form to look like an entirely different bird. So only while it is in this particular forest does it take on this shape. It looks like a red eagle, but around the size of a cardinal. Its coloration is in the head area, which is normally red for the red eagle. It kind of has a brassy golden tinge to its plumage. And then further back, it has a line of white along where the coloration changes, and then deep blue down the back to the tips, which have the same brassy gold. Its talons are metallic. They're made of a natural iron that they sharpen on any tree but the 5 that support Valahastra, which they don't sharpen their claws on. It is called a lake diver because they hunt fish.
I'll communicate all of that to you, Mary.
If you're gonna make something up, do it right. That's all I'm saying.
Jeez, babe, do you hear all
Somebody
this?
write that down. Yeah, probably somebody started a fire with all those fireworks.
Fuck, yeah.
Happy
Oh yeah, happy
Diwali.
Diwali.
Us hearing the
Happy Diwali,
Yeah,
guys.
Dwally.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got them over by us.
The same
We
exact
hear
people
lots
you
of
have.
Gunshots around our house.
What?
We regularly hear gunshots that sound like fireworks.
thing.
Yay.
Okay. Okay. I would ask, and would I be so lucky as to have that be the season they're here? Are they here?
Yes, it's not winter, so they are here.
Okay.
I assume Leo says what I'm saying, but that's up to
Yes.
him.
Yep, I'll say all that stuff to her. Since
Leo,
this
if you
is
look
like her
around, you
thing,
can actually spot a few of them up higher in the trees.
I'll point a couple of them out to you.
And try and look at them real hard, and then I'm gonna wild shape into my best approximation of it.
Sorry, their CR is 18.
Seriously?
No, you can wild shape them. That's fine.
That'd be so mean.
I mean, they're this big, you know.
I know. I was about to be like, what the fuck is in the Feywild?
all of that and all that work and nope, you can't.
Nope, you can't do that.
I wish I could draw. I would love to draw all this stuff.
All
Yeah,
right.
you
so
you can just, you don't have to do an approximation. You can just you are now a lake diver.
Awesome. And then I am going to fly among the trees and among the other birdies to the building, but kind of doing lots of dives and flying high and, you know.
Now
taking
you've
my-
been, I'm sorry, I just interrupted you again.
Good.
Now you've been birds before, all the way from small to giant. The first Feywild bird you have transformed into feels different. It feels different being a lake diver than it does being a giant owl, for instance. They're weighted different and they have different flight feathers. The metal claws that they have, while both very sharp, are also very heavy. They're quite long, especially the foretalon is a big curving thing like you'd see on a Velociraptor, just miniaturized, and they're heavy for the size of the bird. Their flight feathers are also a little bit more agile than your average material bird, and thus they can perform acrobatic maneuvers that are impossible for their material companions. So it's kind of an exhilarating experience, both knowing that you have these vicious fucking talons that could eviscerate small fish, and being able to do some really cool flying moves that you've never done before. They're also very fast.
Oh, I do all of the things that I said I was going to do, except it's not graceful.
It's not. Oh, because you've never been a bird like this.
Because I've
before.
never been a bird like this. But I'm trying.
It's still fun.
Yes.
And you make your way to one of the trunks. Is that right?
No, I'm not going to do that now.
Okay, cool.
I just lied to the university.
So you guys continue on your path to the university, kind of keeping a loose eye on Kalora if you choose to, as she flies through this unfamiliar space, hoping that a tree branch doesn't come out of the air and smack her down from her flight. You pass more people in the streets at this point. Leo, you would recognize a few people that are out and about right now. You see, where are all my names?
Any of the Nilos?
Yes, you see, first, you see, I just had it in front of me and it just disappeared.
Which one I can tell you? Like describe them.
No, I need the thing. Okay, cool. Walrian, Nilo. He is standing outside of the Kicking Chestnut, having a conversation with his sister, Satora, who actually looks a little bit affected, so you might say, a little unsteady on her feet. They're just talking casually. It's not like an angry conversation or anything like that. He is got his set of pan flutes on a rope around his neck, almost a vine really around his neck, kind of hanging at his waist. And they are kind of standing just outside the door of the Chestnut, talking, both with a drink in hand. A little bit further down the way, you see just a few smatterings of random people, always in groups of maximum 3, standing very close together. But walking from the one of the more residential sections of the city onto this more market area, on that walkway, you see Lenoros Nilo as well, just making his way towards either the, at this time of day, probably not the council chambers or whatever, but maybe a shop or to get a meal or something. He's dressed as he always is, very finely. Everybody's clothes come from the same place, so it's not like it's hard for anybody to get nice clothes, especially with what you know to be the textile situation in your city. But he likes to dress very opulently, as a manner of showing off his personality and personal wealth, so to speak, even though to everyone else it doesn't really show off anything. He's wearing very deep black pants, a deep black coat, and a blue tunic underneath, with a gold chain around his neck.
Just want to let you know, guys, like while we're walking around, and of course before we get within like super earshot of these people, I would be letting you guys know who these people are, and kind of like helping you guys get your bearings here, so you're not just like walking around not knowing who anybody is.
Okay, so why don't you tell them who first Satora and Walrian are? Because those were the first people of import that you saw.
Well,
Do you have it
over
in front of you, or do you want me to do it?
I mean, I have like literally like 3 words for each person.
Yeah, you can just kind
So-
of riff on that. I haven't done anything super specific with them.
So over there in front of the chestnut, you'll see Walrian and his sister Satora. Walrian, Tito, you may like him a lot. You guys might, kick it off, so to speak. He's an artist and poet. I'm sure he would love to hear some of your tunes and tales of adventure. His sister Satora, though, she is, as you'd say, maybe more rebellious. And kind of like an antithesis of her brother a little bit, I would say. It's always the gist I've gotten from her. She kind of just goes against the grain with things.
And then you can describe Lenoros if you'd like. Who is the person you called to get the ship to you?
And Lenoros there, he's mostly in charge of the boat company that was able to help us out. He can be a bit shrewd at times, but he is very, very kind and helpful whenever anybody needs it.
Continuing onward. Sorry, one sec.
I was gonna say, that sounds good. What's his name again? One more time.
Thanks, babe.
His name is Walrian.
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 Damn, I was one letter off.
Oh, I got it right away.
I did
Yeah.
Ian.
He was like the show-off guy. Essentially. It was like the fine clothing.
No, that was his father.
Oh.
Lenoros.
Oh yeah, he's the artist. Cool.
Cool. As you kind of pass the headquarters of the Blades and begin to make the trek to the platform where the University of Valahastra is located, to the left you see that building that was called the Stables, which was a high building with a barn coming off the end of it, which Leo, you know to be more colloquially called the docks. You see the owner of that place shutting down for the night. His name is Galleon. He's an older gentleman with very, very tan skin, stark white hair that's kind of a poof above his head. You know him, Leo, to be, because I know I didn't send you a description of him, very kind and considered to be kind of a joker in his old age. Thus the name of the shop.
Okay.
He's just shutting down and then presumably heading home. Outside of that, you cross no other people of import as you make your way through the courtyard of the University of Valahastra and begin to mount the steps towards the grand entrance of the university itself. The building is huge. It's about the same size in whole as the High Council chambers. And it seems just eerily quiet for its size. Leo's already told you that there's only a few students here at a time and only one student or one teacher.
Uh-oh. Did he freeze for anybody else?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It looks
Harry,
like
you got him?
It looks like you went up to him and like poked him.
Down.
There you go. Now we can see you, Matt.
I just got disconnected from the internet. That was weird. What did you guys last hear?
That
only
we know it's
one
a small
teacher.
school,
One
and one
teacher.
teacher.
Okay. And it feels like that as you get closer. The university itself looks roughly abandoned, though it is immaculately maintained. There are only lights on in a very few windows there, and as the lights kind of dim in the forest as a whole, it looks almost eerie in the darkness. You reach the front doors, which are two large doors situated within a single arch that open outward. I assume you walk up first and open them up.
Yes.
And you begin leading the party through the main entryway of the university, which is a large circular chamber with arches holding up a domed roof that is made of the same stained glass as the windows outside that lets a beautiful mosaic of colors through onto the floor below. Lead them through the first hallway. Oh, I lost Foundry. Shit. Lead them through the hallway away from the library where you know that Uranus spends most of his time in his classroom, and behind that is his office, which I will show you as soon as Foundry is back up. All right, so you enter through the set of wide doors into the small chamber before you get to the classroom, which looks like this.
Ooh.
This is kind of a, oh, actually, no, you're not over there. You're over here because the doors are down here.
Dang.
You walk
Wait,
into, this is the classroom and his office is to the left. So as you open the doors and enter, Uranus looks up from his work. And he is quite clearly the oldest elf you guys have seen yet in the city. He looks similar in age, almost to Veronin, meaning that he is ancient. He's got wrinkles around his eyes. His eyebrows are bushy and white. His hair is still just as full as it would have ever been, but it comes down to about his shoulders in very straight white cascades over his ears, and a little bit comes over his eye as he's leaning down over his work. With his age, though, he is not stooped or infirm in any way. He seems just as spry and lively as anyone else. And Leo, you know him to be a brilliant mind that cares only about the livelihood and well-being of his people, along with their continued learning. He's got a kind-looking face. The wrinkles only add to that effect. And as he sees you enter, he gives you a very uncharacteristically sad smile, Leo. Doesn't seem surprised by the rest of you in the room, but he only has eyes for Leo, so to speak. I was beginning to think you wouldn't come. I was going to go to bed. Thank you for coming by. I didn't know when you got back in town.
Sorry,
I
I
know
should
you
have
were
sent a
out.
message.
You were out looking. No, you don't have to do that for me. That's. I know. I've just been worried. You've spoken to your parents, yes?
Yes, I have.
And you have the parchment that I gave them.
I do, and I'll kind of shuffle around and take it out of my bag. And
What are
walk
your
over to him.
thoughts as one of my more engaged and thirsty for knowledge students? I would have your opinion on this.
Kind of see me like just kind of I'll spread out like the stuff on the table and like with the map and the parchment. And then I'll speak the words that what were the words?
Show me.
Show me. I'll say that in Elvish. And I don't want to pretend as if I know exactly what's going on here, even through most of my readings, but what I do know is that we need to act quickly and concisely to deal with this before we end up like the material.
As we should, quickly and concisely, but not without preparation.
Right.
What have we learned so far?
I'll kind of turn to you guys and what have you guys learned from the material so far about this? I'm sorry, Uranus, these are my friends that have come from the tower.
From the material, from...
Yes, they went into the tower to deal with it, and now they are here and they're going to be helping us. And they have had experience dealing with the tower, along with Clarebolt the Worthy, who is here as well.
He just nods. So I asked to the group at large then, what have we learned so far?
Well, the tower is called the Tower of Toldenak.
It first appeared in Eventide, where Clairvold entered. The next time it was seen was in Duckramel. In Eventide, it brought
I'm sorry, young lady.
fire
I
from the sky.
appreciate your knowledge. It seems you've looked into these things. I'm not sure how much of this information is available in the material, but these are stories we tell our children. What do we know about the current events? You all have seen it yourselves, yes?
We've been-
Michael, you're muted.
Briefly before we entered.
There are like undead circling around outside it, and I think there were, was it elementals outside that we had to avoid too? When we first went in? It seems like so long ago now, but
And weren't there like really large beings as well?
There were
When you
large
say
beings that
large, do you mean like giants, or do you mean
Lex,
enlarged?
what was it?
Trying to
Do you
remember.
remember?
they're like orcs.
Yeah.
Orcs. All right.
Well,
There
Matt,
might
we're,
have been a Minotaur.
Yeah, there were orcs, there were giants, there were goblins,
okay.
trolls.
So there were orcs, giants, goblins, trolls, and they seem honestly to be out of it, not, in their right mind. And everything just kind of seemed like death, and there was a chill that kind of just like haunted your like underneath your skin, and it was very eerie, for lack of a better term.
It was
And
like
then,
being
like-
drawn to the tower, that they were tethered to it and were guarding it, maybe?
And then like once we got inside, there were different like challenges or puzzles or stuff like that to figure out to progress. And then it went into like our memories to kind of show us like really shitty things or scary things or things that affected us a lot.
Things that we fear.
Your impression was that it was trying to scare you. Is that
Right.
what you're
No.
saying?
Sorry.
No, I think it was trying to.
But it had in. I'm sorry.
I think it was trying to analyze us, maybe gauge our reactions to them.
So it has an insight into your psyche. Leoflen, I am learning from context clues that this, and he points to the big
Anomaly.
demarcation on the map, that this is the tower, and that is why you have brought these people here. Is that correct?
Yes.
We should also mention that we spent some time, apparently about 3,000 years ago. We spent some time in Mightside.
3,600 to be exact, I think.
The tower has the
We
ability
do-
to look time.
We defeated a dragon and a rider back then. I don't know if maybe
We
it
were-
became part of the history of the mages that we were assisting.
We're students of the Valahastra.
That his eyebrow like perceptibly raises. The Valahastra.
Yes, we had to complete challenges to gain entry into the school.
Trials, I believe they called them.
Uh-huh. Under Master Aluharad?
Do you know what they granted, what the material is? I was just talking to Devildra, right? That's your mom's name?
I'll nod.
I was talking to her about this material, and I'll like show her my gauntlet as well. Is
Yes.
they gave each person, it seems like it's something related to them.
I don't know much about the Valahastra, unfortunately. They were a product of their time and thus needed to be very secretive to avoid the suspicions of suspicious commoners in the past. They were different times. But I'm surprised that you know about them at all, so that does lend credence to your claim. This tower that you have deemed it, the Tower of Taldanak, is something we may have more insight towards than you will. I will read about this rider and the dragon Did the dragon have a name?
Not that I knew. Did you guys know its name?
None of you knows the art of naming.
No.
Unfortunate.
It was a black dragon with acid powers.
That's something. How old was it? Do you know?
It was ancient,
And you defeated it.
barely.
All right.
Actually, we were
So
doing all right. Lex was pretty hurt, but
I was pretty hurt.
we had to rally a good bit.
So we have a tower that has appeared in two points in recorded history, in Dacromel and in Eventide. We have a legendary warrior from the past standing in our midst, one whose fables are still spoken of to this day. We have a recent development where this tower has reappeared in the material outside of Valais, was it?
Correct.
We didn't say anything about Belay.
News does reach me. I just wasn't certain of the name.
It is worth noting that would be possibly the first time the tower is in two different planes of existence, possibly at once. We don't know about the other planes, but
At least that we're aware of.
right.
It is possible that this is a new phenomena of this tower, that it's splitting
Gaining
itself
strength.
off, and as he's talking, he's one of those people where you can see the immense gears behind his eyes beginning to turn, and you can just sense the intelligence behind his frontage. We know that when you get into this tower, there are trials indicating that its purpose is not necessarily residential or purely based on research. Something is trying to keep you out. We have an ability for this tower to read your psyche.
Is it trying
and
to keep us
present
out
it
when
to
it's
others.
tried really hard to keep us in?
I don't know about that. What do you mean?
Well, I mean, the fact is, like, Claribold, when it went in for eons and didn't come out, and then secondly, like, we were in the tower, went through all these different levels, and we ended up in, you know, the Vetas and all that, and came back to the tower as if it had, as if that whole interaction with the dragon, the Vetas, and everything never happened.
I don't know if it means it doesn't want us to get in, more so it doesn't want us to progress, but it also doesn't want us to get out.
You're saying.
Yeah.
Maybe it needs something from you then. If it lets you get in and then tries to keep you there. Clairbold, you've been in that tower for 3,620 some odd years. How long did it feel?
Moments. From
Moments.
I went in and started fighting and, started working through the tower and just kind of the way everybody else did it. I had a door and it was like a dream. And then the next memory I have is waking up and meeting everybody else here.
Clairbold. You remember going through the tower?
Yeah. For now, I do. I don't know how long it's gonna last, but I remember a lot.
Have you been having issues remembering?
A lot of issues remembering. I didn't remember most things for a long
Have
time.
any of you, the rest of you, had issues since being exposed to this tower and its magic? Issues
No.
remembering? So
Not
that's
that I
two
can think of.
things linking the psyche to this tower. You go in, it is able to read in some way your mind and then present that to others. Were these physical manifestations or were they purely mental? Did you
Both?
touch things there? Did you fight things when these visions were in front of you?
We lost people there too.
There were mechanisms and like that we could see them in as it let us out, and they stayed.
Claribel, do you know what became of your successes in the tower? What happened thereafter?
I was hoping you would.
In my youth, though it for some years has been somewhat embarrassing, as your legend became myth, became infatuated with your story and studied it for a great length of time. I even forayed to the material a few times to gather information. If it feels like just months since you went into the tower at this point, perhaps it would interest you to know what happened to your family.
That's why I'm here.
I do not mean to arise your hopes. They are long dead now,
Of course.
except for perhaps very, very distant relatives. Because I would want you to know that your wife and the child that you never saw did survive. They were supported by the Brotherhood of Knights that you served with, who revered your name for years afterwards, until, as I said, these stories became myth and the old traditions were forgotten. They even changed their name for a time to Clariboldsworthy, which, as you know, was quite the change from their previous.
Yeah, that's an interesting choice.
So revered were you that they cared for your wife and your son, who your wife deemed appropriate to name after you. Claribold. As he grew, he was taken under the wing of those that you served with and trained, and he became a very mighty warrior in his own right. He went on to fight in battles and sire sons of his own, and died in his bed, an old man, surrounded by his family. I hope that brings you some comfort.
That is everything I could have hoped for when I stepped into the tower.
And might I just say, it is truly an honor to meet you.
Thank you.
Now back
You
to,
know,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
have you heard of Centurion? Do you know where it would have landed or made its
I
way
can't
to?
hear you, Jamie. You're like
Can you hear
super
me?
muffled. Yeah.
Much better. I said, would you know of Centurion, the shield? Do you know where it would have landed? Heard anything?
By all accounts that I know of your journey to the tower, you carried it in with you. Is it gone?
As far as I know, I woke without it.
A magical artifact of that caliber, of that power, could be very dangerous in the wrong hands. Is it true, as the stories say, that only you could wield it?
They would have to be incredibly strong. Incredibly.
That's interesting. Is it just a question of weight? I thought it was, the stories have romanticized this to a requirement of worthiness, determined by the shield itself.
Yeah. It's a requirement of worth. I can wield it. You would not be able to. Maybe a god or a dragon or some beast who has the the strength of a god may be able to wield it without being worthy. But
So as we quite often find, he smiles knowingly to himself. The legends are both wrong and right. It's a combination of the two.
so maybe it's still in the tower.
I would hope so.
I would
If
hope
it
so.
isn't in the tower and is in the possession of someone else, we're in worse trouble than we already feared. Before we move on to matters at hand, I realize that I have just dropped very heavy information at your feet. Did you have any other questions you would like to ask me? As of course I said before, I studied your legend for quite some years.
No, that's the one I needed for today. Perhaps tomorrow. I'm
Do
not sure.
call
I'll
on
be-
me if you need.
I will. Thank you.
I rarely leave this room, so I'm easy to find.
Yeah.
So, returning to the question at hand. This tower is obviously more magical than any other artifact I've ever heard of. It has the capacity to read and understand the thoughts and feelings of mortals and present them in a way that makes them physical, that can harm those that they're experiencing them.
It was also like harvesting power from a very large crystal. There were pipes and attachments beneath the crystal that was, all I could get from it was converting some sort of energy.
A very large crystal.
It was like a purple emerald.
Was it cut, polished, or raw?
Yeah, it was faceted.
Such crystals can act as storage for various magics. I can't say I've ever heard of one that large. Do you know?
Oh, it was so when we were fighting the big, like the dragon with the rider, it was in the center of the room, and it was
This is
floating.
within the tower? You fought the
No,
dragon
this
in the
was
tower?
in
It was in
where Warforged are from. I
Dale.
It
forget
was
what
in Stale and
Stale.
Boardvale. Boardball.
It was inside a volcano, right?
The Lonely
Yes.
Mountain.
But it was green when we were fighting the rider, and when Birad, was it Birad or Claribold who got the last hit on him?
It was B-Rad.
It was B-Rad.
Claribold could not
Birad-
hit that fight.
Oh yeah, when Birad killed the rider, it was actually over the stone, and his blood spilt on it, and it turned from the glowing green to the dark purple. And then it shot like beams of light at us, and then pulled us. We appeared in the tower again, and the big spinning purple emerald was still there in the tower now with us instead of the volcano.
As you can see, we've been through a lot.
It would appear so.
We haven't even mentioned that our fallen friends are inside a little magical orb inside the tower.
Oh yeah, we didn't
Do you
say
mean?
Well, we had to take a boat from
What side?
side to Stale. And when we were on that boat, our friend Core sacrificed himself to a sea god. Sea being? A
Kraken?
Basically saying that he was going to be his servant so he wouldn't kill the rest of us. And then when we were fighting the dragon, we were getting ready to leave, and our friend Narfarin and his companion Shadow stayed behind. Magic.
For purpose.
It wasn't like a decision he made. It was a decision made for him. He was kept from coming through.
I see.
That one is interesting, right? Because wasn't that the god he followed that kept him back? Or a god not that he followed, but that he made a pledge to?
Which god is that?
I don't remember. Did
Fenrir.
Fenrir?
Fenrir.
But if what we're thinking is correct and we were in the
I'm
past.
sorry, Clairbolt, I do not mean to interrupt.
Go ahead.
Was he a champion of Fenrir?
I
Yeah.
think he was trying to be.
He
Well,
may have been.
He said when I was talking to him, Reed, I don't want to misspeak. Did Zephyr and Narfarin talk about that before Shadow went to greet the being in the woods? Or at
think
the
so.
altar?
I'm
It
pretty
was
sure
at one
we
of
did.
those. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he said in a long time ago he was a champion of Fenrir.
As far as I know, you don't stop being a champion of Fenrir until you're dead.
But
This companion of yours, what did he use to fight?
Oh,
Not swords.
He usually avoided using his swords.
But he had swords?
Pretty sure.
What kind of swords?
Zephyr would totally remember if he had swords and what they were, but I don't. I'm drawing a blank.
I just had short swords, but I didn't use them.
He
Cloris.
got this crazy bow
Yeah,
that
they were
was like
short
from his
swords.
god.
Are you referring to the twin blades?
I am. You know of this, but it seems your friends do not.
Yes.
Do you know if he had them?
To be honest, I'm not sure.
If he did, and they are now locked in the tower in a similar way to Claribold's shield, then this tower may be collecting and siphoning off the magic from immensely powerful magical artifacts. Those blades are notorious and powerful, given to Fenrir's champions, as far as I know. There's only ever one champion.
Do you know the names of the blades or what they did?
so he's collecting. You think he's collecting artifacts gifted to, I don't know, us by gods? It's
I
what
think
the
he was looking for them. And I think it was like an assignment.
An assignment.
Given by Fenrir.
I see. To answer your question, my very large Warforged friend, the blades were called Skull and Hati, from some ancient northern tongue. They were quite ancient blades. As far as what they did, I would have to look that up. I don't have that in front of me, but I seem to remember something about causing wounds that were impossible to be healed. If you were struck with one of these swords, the wound would stay until it consumed you.
So going back, the point of that was that they're stuck seemingly in the tower. And if our friend does have these blades on him, then I don't know if all hope is lost, because they are seemingly magically encased in a little bubble.
When you say a bubble, what do you mean? Because they were actually in the crystal.
They were in the crystal, the purple crystal?
Yeah.
Oh, I totally misheard that then. Okay. Well, I guess they were really in the crystal?
I see. And you got the impression that they were trapped there, or maybe
It's as if they were sleeping. I think
see.
somehow Clairbold found a way to get out of the crystal.
What
don't
if the tower's trying to collect people?
I mean, that's kind of what I was thinking. All the hordes of ogres and giants and goblins were outside. It was like the beginning force of it.
It's interesting that the exterior only affected what I believe some people in the material plane call the lesser races, while the interior could affect the wide breadth of races that you represent.
Some people have stronger minds than bodies.
Did I'm sorry, I don't know any of your names. Warforged. Did you have a memory that the tower exploited? A vision, so to speak.
Yeah. It was can I just like put that information so I don't have to say all of it?
Yeah, you can just say, you tell him what it was.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell them.
Right. So in that case, we're dealing with something that can even penetrate the strongest of minds. Generally, Warforged, their thoughts are so different from mortals that they are difficult to read. We also have a crystal that was seemingly activated by death or blood, and it altered it from one state to another. And you say this is when your journey to Mightside ended, when this crystal was transformed.
We thought it was going to maybe take us home, but we just ended up back in the tower. And then that's when we met Leo.
It seems to me in that case that there are two possibilities. One, you overcame whatever it was you were supposed to experience in the past. You slayed the dragon, and that was the purpose of the exercise. For what purpose, for what motivation, I do not know. The other possibility, in my view, unless there's something that I'm misunderstanding, is that crystal was activated, and the tower, or whatever sentient malevolence is behind it, no longer needed you to be there. Maybe the whole purpose was to get you to a place where you could bring about the activation of that crystal.
And
Well,
so
that wouldn't be good.
now that we activate it, it's appearing in the Feywild, a very powerful source of magic.
This bears more thought and more reading.
I'm
I
gonna
will
reach
have to
into my bag. Oh, sorry. After we killed the dragon, I obtained these journals, and I was unable to decipher them myself, but perhaps you could help me. And I'll hand them to him.
Who did they belong to?
Presumably the rider, right?
They were found in the same room as the dragon and rider resided.
In the lair.
Yes.
Yes, I would very
Um,
much like to
do
take a look
do
at
I
those.
remember correctly, Matthew, that when it was when I opened the journal that the crystal started to pulse?
That did happen.
It just might have been coincidental, but it happened.
Anything is possible.
I'm not
Yes,
sure
I'd
if
be
it,
more than happy to take a look. Are they? Are you from an order of monks?
I am.
I would like your assistance in that case. I've heard. What order are you from? I only know a few, but I've heard many things of the monastic orders in the material.
Why can't I remember what order monk I am?
I think this would have been something you made up, not something you pick in your character sheet.
Yeah, I think I wrote it in my background though.
For now, you can just say you tell him, and he
Yeah.
has heard of the order of monks that you belong to. I know you're famed for your intelligence as well as your prowess in battle. I would appreciate any assistance you could give me in researching. I wouldn't presume to pull you away from your party as they, well, I hope anyway, as they investigate these anomalies, but if you have time while you are here or when you return, your assistance would
I'm
be
more
greatly
than happy to
appreciated.
help.
Now, those are the things we know about the tower for now. Now what we need is to understand the things that have come over with it. I doubt you would have had the particular capacity to search the area of the Feywild or the area of the material that the tower is in, as I have the Feywild. My magic is somewhat different than the magic of your wizards and sorcerers. I have, over my many, many years, crafted spells that work differently and suit my purposes better. It is possible that your invasion, shall we call it, in the material produced similar anomalies that were invisible to your magicians. Therefore, it is my belief that if Leo agrees and the rest of you go with him, if we investigate the anomalies that are appearing in our plane, that we might greater understand what is occurring in the material. That being said, we now know that the journey I sent the blades on was fruitless, as you are the greatest source of information concerning that tower in existence, perhaps, that we know of at least. So them going to investigate it is a moot point. I doubt very much that our great and powerful leader, in his infinite wisdom, will send the blades out to investigate any of the other anomalies. He was very clear on the point.
Can I insight check that just
Sure.
to see like her intention, like how she
Him,
feels?
him.
His
This is him.
attention. Yeah, sorry. 19 plus a lot. 28.
He is in full analytical mode. He's trying to piece together a puzzle that he doesn't know if he even has all the pieces to yet. He's being sarcastic, talking about the leader. He does not think the leader, who you guys, I believe, now know to be, God damn it. I hate new cities
Ranthier.
because I have to work on people's names again. Aranthier. I think they mentioned the name, that you might not know much else about him.
But she doesn't think he's all that wise.
He doesn't think he's all that wise,
He-
especially
sorry.
after the recent conversation they had where
Spiff.
he brought all the information about these anomalies to Aranthir, and
Mhm.
Aranthir kind of dismissed it, except for the big one. It was like, we'll send a party out, but those other ones could be just normal shit that happens in the Feywild. And Aranis thinks it's different, and he wanted to convey that, and he's annoyed that
Gotcha.
he's not being taken seriously.
During
So he's
this-
also trying to, sorry, Rita, just
No,
one
you're
last
good.
thing. He rolled like a super high thing.
Good.
He's also trying to convince you guys that this is important and might be beneficial to you as well. You can tell that he is passionate about it.
Mhm.
He doesn't feel like he's misleading you. It doesn't feel like that at all, but he wants to convey that,
Convey the importance of it.
right, and that it could benefit you as well and not just the Feywild.
Mhm. Okay.
I just want to explain to him how, just kind of tell him about how we saw like the other we happened upon the other anomaly. I just want to give him all that information.
Interesting. Does any of you have any artistic ability?
When it comes to metal, yes.
I'm speaking of the more traditional path, drawing.
I
painting.
do. Oh, well, not drawing or painting, but with music.
Logan drew that map, right?
Logan and Lex did.
Yeah, but it
That's
was
some-
not because of my autistic skill, it was because of my memory. She was the one that actually drew it well.
I wouldn't say I have wonderful artistic skills, but I do a lot of writing and
So
maybe a
you're
little bit.
comfortable with a pen regardless, if
Sometimes you
possible.
draw pictures next to your writings.
I doodle.
If possible, it would be. I'm in no condition to join you on this adventure, unfortunately, but I would. It would be beneficial to me if you could either find some way to convey an image of these places to me, or if you could draw them. I think it could aid my research immensely.
I'll do my best.
There are 6 other than the tower, one of which you've already investigated, leaving 5 that still need to be investigated. The size of these anomalies varies from hour to hour. Some of them grow larger, some of them get smaller, some of them stay the same, but none of them move yet. But if they do, that enchanted parchment I gave Leo's parents and that he has given him should move with them, unless there's something I've left unaccounted for.
How long ago did you first notice these anomalies?
30 some odd hours ago.
Oh. Done a lot of research since then.
I knew a lot of this already, and the rest you've told me. I'm just trying to make sense of it. But these anomalies, I don't know how much Develdra and Venturin told you. I scan for these often. I scan for things like this. The Feywild is a dangerous, unpredictable place, and it helps us. It helps our trading, it helps our people to understand new things that are happening here. So these scans I do attempt to find them, and I attempt to tell people about them. Usually, once I find something new, I can scry on it or view it remotely or ascertain its purpose or at least its general makeup through remote means. With these anomalies, I cannot. With this tower appearing so at such a dire time for our civilization, we need this information, and I need to get to the bottom of it. You would be doing both myself, Leoflen, and everyone in this great city, the free cities at large, not even speaking of the winter and summer kingdoms, a great service. I don't mean to lay that on your feet. I know you have undertaken a great service for your realm as well. I merely think it could be, what's the word, mutually beneficial to work together. In turn, I can assist you with research, my long years of study on both Claribold's legend and what I've read and yet can read about the tower. I understand that our recollections on this subject are far more in depth than those that you would find in the material. I would give you access to these. And any questions you have, I will do my best to answer. But I need to protect my people, so I need your help.
Sorry, you saying, talking about researching Claribold reminded me of something that we asked Leo, but he didn't know. Have you ever heard of Delphin? Delphin, Lex, what's his last name?
Do you know?
Those are in my other notes.
I always
somewhere.
called
I
him
don't know either.
Dolphin.
Dolphin.
Can explain why he likes you, Tito.
Oh, what is his? Hold on a sec. I have it. I've just got to. It's in my other notes too. I
Yeah.
introduced him so long ago. It's not in this giant document.
When
It's actually just Delphin of Daggerford.
Gotcha.
It's not like I thought it was Delphin the something.
Nope, Delphin of Daggerford.
Okay.
Unless I ad-libbed something that I'm forgetting about. But would
Yeah.
you say that Delphin of
Yeah, I
Daggerford?
just said Dolphin of Daggerford.
The name rings a bell. What is he known for?
Well, he's the one who was researching the tower when it appeared, and also the one who sent us in to do additional research, but
On his own
It-
orders, or
Oh,
from the king, right?
King Aldernath.
is he?
The king was paying him to solve the mystery of the tower.
It
Is
just
he
seems
subservient
weird.
to the king? Is he? What I mean is he on retainer? I believe you have court wizards in your kingdom. Some of the places in your kingdom, that sort of thing.
Do you know that, Tito? You or Logan, you guys spent time with the king, right?
Yeah, I mean, we could ask him right now.
Tito has the ability to communicate with the king, though the king has not replied to his calls.
Didn't he
He
lose the
lost that
ruby?
gambling.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
I
yeah.
did.
He
Yikes.
had
Right.
the ability
It
to
just
speak
seemed
with the
weird
king.
that it seemed like we were going to go in and it was weird he didn't know any of this stuff about Claribold or the tower in the past. But it just seemed it didn't seem as monumental. You said we were doing something for the greater good of our plane, but we didn't really know that we were doing that, or I didn't know it.
That's
I'm afraid
actually
this
why
is why you.
we were called to the kingdom to try to find information about the tower. If it had happened before, we weren't aware of the two happenings before.
I'm afraid this lack of knowledge on the prime is bifold, and it is something that occurs quite frequently. Both of the times the tower has appeared in the past were in human-controlled kingdoms. Humans, in my experience, limited though it may be, do not have either the will or the staying power to retain knowledge through generations. Your libraries are burnt in pointless wars. You die after 60, 70 years and everything you knew is lost. We enjoy a bit more permanence here in the Feywild. Thus, the knowledge that we gather is seldom lost.
Makes more sense.
Well, unless whatever happened to the mysteries of the tower before lie in the hands of humans who had their memories erased like Claribald did. 'Cause
This is
given-
also a possibility.
Could I ask what you know about the wizard that destroyed the tower in Dacramel?
Not much, unfortunately. He what I gave you his name and I don't have it right here. What was it?
Shoot.
I
Started
was
with a
actually going to
V.
ask you that.
I know the what?
I have it written.
V, I think.
I think they all start with B's for Ronan. Just kidding.
There's only so many letters.
No, I know. I was kidding.
So was I.
Looking for it.
Maybe it's
That's
on here.
another story that that reeks of legend and inflation. Being so far in the past, it's impossible that the story has reached us without any changes in color or accuracy.
Can't
He
find it.
was unknown, as the legends go, until he arrived in court to tell the king that he could solve his problem. No one from the kingdom had known of his existence beforehand, and he was introduced during that very hearing. The king, being a good and noble king, as far as humans go, wanted nothing more than to save his people. So he granted this wizard's wish that he would give him whatever he wanted if he could release the kingdom from this plight. The magics that wizard brought to bear on the tower, if described accurately, are far and beyond anything even the greatest elven wizards can achieve over a lifetime. They are disastrous, awe-inspiring, and more the realm of the gods than the realm of mortal kin. Once he had finished, he went to the king, and the king, being a good and mighty king, submitted to his demands, kept his word. This wizard, if you can call him that, though there is some contention on that point, took over the kingdom, and there's a reason that Dacramel does not exist anymore. And it's due to this creature. He was king for, the stories differ, somewhere between 200 and 500 years. During that time, he imprisoned and killed so many of his own people that there were not enough people to work the fields, and thus famine brought about the end of the nation. No one has witness to this creature dying or even what happened to him. No one knows, not even the legends, and legends generally know how they end. He may as well not have existed for his impact on the rest of history. So whether he is dead, hiding, slumbering, or laying low, we have no way of knowing. But he was, if mortal, in my opinion, the most powerful mortal that ever existed, and one of the cruelest. I hope that helps.
Thank you very much.
Is there anything else that you all would like to know? I can't promise that everything I know is accurate because, as I've said, a lot of it is from legend, myth, but any information I have, I will gladly give to you. If there are no questions, I would like to ask you, why do you think this tower is in the Feywild, bearing in mind everything we have discussed this evening?
Powerful artifact is probably near here. Head at once.
That is a possibility. One that I had as
Maybe
thought
it
of as
finally
well.
gained enough strength to break into the Feywild.
And if
As
it,
you've been in this, I'm so sorry, Jesus, every time.
I was just gonna, one small bit of information that I don't think we've told you. The two men that we traveled with, we lost them in the tower before, in the room after we defeated the dragon, and then after we appeared in the next room, we heard the voice of one of them tell us that we were nearing the end.
Oh, yeah, and they said
It
it would be a shame to lose you now.
It should be noted that the people that were with us were masters at the Veataris.
Eluharad
Members of
And
the
Atior.
Enclave, if I remember correctly.
And they traveled with us to help us defeat the dragon.
Hmm.
When we defeated the dragon, we noted that a identical body of Iluharad was in a cell.
in the room with the dragon lair.
Do you mean a
It looked exactly like him.
dead version of him in the cell?
But he was there as well, alive.
And there
Yeah,
was
he saw his own dead body. Must have been trippy.
and there was a conversation between Atior and Iluharad confirming identity due to, I guess,
Knowing something about
knowing
his
something in the
past.
past. Yeah. And then when we left and got back into the tower, it was definitively Iluharad's voice that we heard. I do find it interesting that in order to gain access to their college, we had to do a series of trials. And to get
In
through
the
the
tower.
tower, we also have to do a series of trials.
Didn't they make their tower completely out of magic too?
It was a tower that was
It was constructed with magic.
They were having a
mean the
problem with
Veataris
artifacts
itself?
going missing.
Yeah, that too.
That's
Now-
what they wanted us to help find or help with. They had artifacts going missing.
This is such a lore drop episode.
So much
What
of
sort
it.
of artifacts were they? Of the
There's
same
this
caliber as the
one-
ones we've been discussing?
Yeah, there's this one really crazy wizard book, like a
A spell book.
spell book that like none of us could read it, but it was really crazy. They said it was really important when we gave it back to the tower.
Do you know who it belonged to?
Yeah, let me think for like a minute.
It was the master of
It was Veronan's.
It was Veronan's, yeah. That's what I was gonna say. I didn't know
Veronan,
what his college was, but
well, the spell book of a 1,000-year-old powerful elven wizard would be
desirable.
If I
strong.
recall correctly, they
powerful.
were having troubles with a student of the school.
Troubles of what sort?
He was expelled.
bad behavior, I guess.
Do you have a reason to believe he is connected or just speculation?
Wasn't there a person stealing magical items from the school?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's not
Similar
certain that
to,
it was the
like,
student.
how we're saying the tower is maybe collecting powerful magical artifacts.
But that's the thing. One thing that I don't know how it would be related to the tower. When we found the spell book, it was just in a shop in the next city over.
Yeah,
Um,
but I think that was under the assumption that they were kind of just pawning it.
Yeah. So I don't know if it would have gone to the tower.
When you went to this land in the past, did you bring anything out with you?
Yeah.
Lots of stuff. They are my gauntlet that I showed you.
Pull out
That
my
was
lotus flower.
Those were the items that were granted to us when we made it into the Veataris.
I suppose that grants credence to actual travel through time rather than a very complex vision. Though, I suppose we must also face the conclusion that these things you brought out with you were brought into the tower the same way that Clairbold's shield and perhaps your other friend's swords were, and that you were allowed to take them out. And perhaps you never went to the past.
Didn't
There are
even.
many things here to dive into. There's probably many more possibilities as well. I will need to study, and I will need you to tell me what's going on in my forest. What say you?
Main room?
Will you
Yeah,
do
we're in the
this,
Feywild.
people of both the prime material plane and the Feywild, and any other realm this blight may affect?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else we're going to do.
I have two more questions, and then I will let you speak or leave as you wish. Leo, the first is to you. How did you get to this tower? Because I know it was not your destination.
I was trying to teleport here, and it seems the tower intercepted my teleportation and brought me into a room there where they were.
Indeed. Have you attempted that spell again since?
Not yet. I didn't want to risk it.
Hmm.
Because it did hurt me a lot when it pulled me in. Almost killed me.
Send a message for me in that case to Ulvire. Your aunt's replacement as General of the Blades. It's Ulvira, sorry, Ulvrye. They took some of the more magically inclined members of the Blades with them on this journey. And I would like them to try, one of them to try to teleport home. If you could send a message for me to Ulvira and give her that information. Ask them to teleport directly to this room, if you would.
As you ask the next question, I guess maybe the group, whatever you're gonna ask, I'll kind of back away a little bit and cast sending and do that to Ulvira.
Okay, you get a response back that says, I'll give it a shot. We're not at the tower yet, but if the old man wants us to try it, we'll do it. Or we're not at the disturbance yet because she wouldn't know it's a tower. The second question is to the group at large, those of you that have experienced this tower for yourselves. During your stay there, which I understand to be around 6 months, though the dilation of time might be somewhat different within the tower itself, how many locations did you visit while still being inside the tower? And were they always on the prime material plane? Or
They're
did it
always on the
always
material
stay in the same place?
We like passed the portal with these like little fire imp things, right?
Ashbourne.
There were
Yeah, the Ashbourne, and then ended up in one town, then went to a different city in that same like phase of like that same plane of time. That was like the 3,600 years ago.
I'm
So we
sorry,
went
I
to
don't think I
multiple
made myself
places.
clear. I am excluding your travel from your time to one previous. I mean, within the tower itself, did you ever note any changes in location, or did anything strange happen? Or were you always, if you ever got a glimpse out of a window or a door or a
Every
crack in the
time
wall?
we came out of one of our like where it showed our fears or a moment that shaped us, every time we came out of one of those, it was like a new place outside.
When you say new place,
One
do you
of them
mean
was like really snowy. I don't have the best memory, but it changed like from trees to
did
snowy
you recognize any of
landscapes.
the places?
I
not
don't
really.
think I did.
No.
It was almost as if we were, every time we would have a vision and then, or if it was real, I'm not entirely sure, but when we'd get to a new spot, it would be at a different elevation on the tower, as if we were ascending.
Hmm.
And
Yeah, but there's sometimes when there was a desert on one side and a swamp on the other.
but it wasn't directly recognizable to us.
Do any of you have any knowledge of other planes?
Do I?
Do I?
I don't.
Do we?
I don't know. Do we?
Go ahead and roll intelligence checks, just Lex, Kalora, and Logan.
Hell yeah, girl time.
And me
Good thing
too.
I'm a dumb researcher.
Did you roll low?
No, I just have no modifier.
I'm a dumb researcher.
11.
I got 12.
8.
Oh shit. God damn.
And I'm a blonde too.
None of you know. Should you return to the tower, or if a memory comes to mind that fits a description of another plane outside of the Feywild or the Prime, I would like to know about it. We need to know if this ability to visit planes outside the Prime is new, or if it's always been able to.
Would I have like, as stupid as this sounds, genies, where did they reside?
Depends on the variant of Jinn.
Because
There
I
are
feel like I'd have an idea about that if that's a different realm.
some that live in the elemental plane of air. Some they generally inhabit the elemental planes.
Okay, I feel like I'd know that. Or
Okay,
maybe not.
that's fair.
Yeah, because it's like,
In that
history,
case,
essentially.
Genasi.
Yeah.
did visit one area. Of course, there's no way to actually tell if it was this, but that was purely water. Everything around you was water, as far as you could see, which fits pretty well the description of the elemental plane of water, but it could also just be the middle of the ocean.
Hey, Matt.
Yes.
When he was talking about his like desire for knowledge and understanding and whatnot, can I do a general insight to see if it was purely out of goodness or if there is like any type of maliciousness behind it? Like hunger, like power hungry, I guess.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Go ahead and make an insight check. I can't hear you. You are muted.
Natural 20 for a total of 27.
Nice.
Throughout this conversation you've been having with him, it's very clear that he is not only trying to get this information for himself, he's trying to craft the conversation in such a way that you guys have your own ideas about it as well. It's very teacherly. He's trying to bring up different points of it so it hopefully unlocks different parts of your thinking so you can be logical and you can bring something to the table. In that way, he's been trying to coax the information out of you and hopefully give you a revelation since you've experienced it more. He is, and Kalora would be the only one who can see this because he hides it really well, he is petrified.
Oh.
He knows more about this subject than anyone he is aware of. And you can tell that he is both desperate and scared. But he does not seem power hungry. In fact, he seems almost like the opposite of that. He is a servant of his people.
So it's almost as if like somebody saw the golden fucking plates. Like he all of a sudden has all of this knowledge and it's confirmed, but he's the only one who knows.
I mean, I don't know how you would get that from looking at him, but
Okay.
I think you have a
My
general
interpretation.
idea of the
Not
circumstance.
Kalora's. Okay.
Meanwhile, as they're talking amongst themselves, Leo, you get a message. It's one of the blades, one that you're not very familiar with, but you recognize the voice. Hi, Leo, did she make it? We sent her 5 minutes ago.
Oh God.
Nobody showed up. If they did indeed teleport, they may be at the top of the vine stairs in the tower. Take great care. Bye.
Not even like a second goes by before you get another message. What do you mean, tower? Have you been here? Will she be hurt? We are still hours away from there.
Holy shit.
She will be hurt. The anomaly you are investigating is a tower. Again, take great care. She should live. That's all I say.
Okay, you do not get an additional message back.
And I will I'm actually like saying the person that was going to teleport didn't make it. It seems that they were intercepted again. I wonder if it's possibly stopping us from getting away from, is it possible it's stopping us from getting away from this plane? Like, what if we tried to teleport away to a different plane?
I would urge you not to try it at the moment.
What if we tried to? Oh, I was going British. What if we tried to teleport to it?
To the tower itself.
Do you think we could save her?
Well, she was not teleporting to the tower. She was teleporting here, and she was intercepted. I can only imagine that if one was to try to teleport to the tower, they would be likewise intercepted and find themselves in a similar predicament. I think at this current juncture, it may be yet too dangerous to attempt further testing. If you do try to leave, the only way I wouldn't condone it, but if you do try to leave and get back to the material, use one of the established portals. It still might take you to the tower. We have no idea how this is intercepting. It could be far-reaching and stop all magical transportation of that kind.
Are
Regardless.
those portals commonly used by other cities?
They're used throughout the Feywild. Some of them are more permanent than others, lasting for thousands of years. Some are transient, can last days, hours, minutes, sometimes seconds. There are large population structures around, population centers generally around the larger ones. The Summer Kingdom has 3, the Winter Kingdom has 2 that have been around for at least the last 2,000 years, called the Great Gates. There is 2 within the Forest of the Free Cities here. Leo knows where both of them are.
Is it necessary to let the people in those kingdoms know that travel might be difficult?
If I were you, I would not visit the Summer or Winter Kingdoms without prior invitation. Not all in the Feywild are so open to outsiders as the Free Cities.
No, I don't mean us. I mean, do you guys have any responsibility to tell them?
To tell the other kingdoms.
Correct.
Leo can tell you we live in a very delicate symbiosis with the 2 major kingdoms. It is strange that we have, well, through a very specific set of circumstances, I should say, that we have been allowed to maintain our independence, the 3 cities. That is in no small part due to our acceptance to take one of their archfey onto our council and to supply trade routes for both cities, both in and out of the Prime. We manage trade quite a bit better than those elsewhere, owing to our years of experience in this city and the 2 others surrounding us. Through this set of circumstances and no small amount of political bickering, we have gained our independence, or maintained it, I should say, though either kingdom could easily stamp us down and claim us as their own. Has not happened as of yet. If we go to them with something that later turns out to be a false alarm, or with not enough information, or if they decide that we are in some way evolved, we may face consequences. So dire is our predicament, though it has maintained for thousands of years, that I do not feel comfortable without more knowledge bringing this information to either of the 2 kingdoms.
Understood.
They will have to be told eventually, unless we can solve it. Right now, though, it seems that the breadth of the disturbance is within this forest. Perhaps we can maintain that.
I guess we'll have to get to work then.
It's too late for you all to be leaving tonight. I know some of your races require much more rest than ours. And you've had a heck of a time even getting here. Rest. Enjoy this beautiful city for what it is. And thank you. If you need anything from me, you know where to find me. I'm generally here, as Leo could tell you, most of the day, stopping only to meditate. I wish you all the best. And again, Clairbold, if ever you have any questions about your history or your future, as it were, I'm here. I'm going to head to the library now and get to work. If you think of any more information, Leo can always get in contact with me. I wish you all a pleasant evening. He then bows very deeply and begins walking to the left, towards the other door, the one that you guys did not come from, through the classroom.
To the tavern?
Yeah. To the tavern.
Yep.
All right. We're about to cheer up this town, everyone.
Okay, so you guys walk out of the university. The lights in the city now entirely supplied by both the beautiful flowers that grow up the buildings and the lights hovering above, in various shades of blue at the moment. You guys walk through the city, heading from the large branch that supports the university. It's a relatively short distance to the Kicking Chestnut, which at this point is as lively as small or medium-sized taverns in relatively sleepy elven cities get, which at this point means that once you get to the outside, you can hear the sounds of pan flute music drifting over the air. Now a melancholy song full of low, deep, undulating noises that convey, if not sadness, then despair. Loneliness. Seeing through the windows in the front, you can see several groups. There are probably 15 to 20 people inside, all sat at tables. The tavern has seating for many more, so each of these tables is generally populated by 1 or 2 people, with a few 3, all sitting directly next to each other. And you note that you don't hear any sounds of conversation coming from the outside or coming from the inside as you're outside. Warm light diffuses from the interior, different from the pale blue that illuminates the outdoors. I assume Leo's probably leading the way, so do you go in?
I'll hold the door open for everybody.
Leo opens the door and the sound of the music grows louder, though the sound of conversation does not increase. As you guys get a better view of the interior, you can see that people aren't talking or are, again, very close to one another and speaking in very low voices. So maybe you get an occasional murmur, but the predominant sound is the clinking of glasses, which in this town are not earthenware pots or clay or anything like that. They are actual glasses, though you haven't touched them, so there might be something different about them. and the sounds of the flute or the pan flute being played.
Are we, when we walk in, are we like, everybody turns and looks at us?
Yeah, as you step in, most eyes flit to the door, notice you, and then go back to what they were looking at before. But a few sets of eyes in the room just track you as you walk through. Leo, of the people that are paying very close attention to the party in this in the tavern tonight are I keep losing this section and I can't find it again. Jarian, who is there, Jarian Holoman, who is sitting with God damn it,
I just texted you something, Matt.
I can't get text.
It's always on Zoom.
Oh, okay. Yes, I mean, you would
Okay.
know he is, but nobody else can see it at this point because he's behind the table.
Yep, just wondering.
He's sitting with his mother, Medial. They're both sitting in chairs next to each other and conversing quietly. Eventually, his mother notices him staring and kind of like taps him on the shoulder, and he turns and looks away. Lenoros is also there with Satora sitting next to her. They are not talking whatsoever. She's just kind of like she's got some little gadget in her hand that she's messing around with, and he's just pointedly staring at the group. And though he does give you a slight nod as you come in. There's a slight hiccup in the music as Walrian notices you all come in as well, but he quickly picks it back up. Other people in here right now are Juliana and Deal. The baker is there with another person from the market who I haven't named yet, and a few other just scattered personalities that you're not as close with. The bartender, or rather the owner of the Kicking Chestnut, Valina, notices you guys all come in immediately and waves to you, Leo, and says, "Hi, Leo. Brought quite the crowd for us today. Grab a seat. We'll come get you as soon as we can. I think your sister's in the back."
I'll lead everybody over to them in the back.
Juliana waves to you all as you come over and has a bright smile on her face. They're sitting at a large table in preparation for you guys joining them at some point. You can tell they've both had a few drinks. Neither of them are drunk by any means, but they're bubbly and happy. Andiel is even kind of like excited to see you guys where she was just shy before. As you guys sit down, Juliana's obviously the first person to talk, and she says, "So, did you guys look around the city? What do you think? Did you talk to Mom and Dad?"
We did. There was a lot of things that we talked about.
That sounds bad. Is it bad?
No, just stressful.
Yeah.
Okay.
The forge is really cool.
Yeah, it is. It's
I've heard you've been forging for 60 years now.
Give or take. I mean, I take some time off every now and again, even if Mom says it'll make me be worse. There are other things I like doing too. That's all. You guys seem melancholy. Do you want a drink?
We need some tumbles very badly.
I'll take one.
That's a great idea.
What's it, tumble?
1 sec. Valena. Hey. Yeah, I'm headed over in just a moment. I promise. We just need tumbles. That's all. Just one for everybody. Oh, well, that's easy. I'll be right over. Wait till you guys try it. It's like the signature drink of Valahastra. Sometimes we get people from the other cities coming and they say they have something similar, but I think they stole it from us probably. So you talk to mom and dad. They sent you to talk to Irian? Or sorry,
Honest.
Uranus?
Yes, we've walked everywhere around the city today. And we
Okay.
talked more about the anomalies that have been happening and just all it, like things in different planes and different years, and it's all very, very much.
It's a convoluted mess. Unless you've
It sounds
experienced
bad.
it.
It sounds bad. Are you guys,
It's nothing that we can't deal with.
what are you guys gonna do? Are you gonna look into it, or are the Blades going to? Are you gonna try to convince the Blades to?
We're going to have to investigate the smaller anomalies.
We're gonna have to talk about it first.
Okay.
Nothing
Um,
against you. Sorry. I was just
No, that's
saying
fine.
We
I'm just-
haven't talked.
We've had a lot of misfortune in the last few months, and I don't know if we can take a lot more.
It's okay. Your baggage is probably with ours all together in one pile.
Hey, Leoflen, does your aunt have like some super powerful like artifact by chance?
No, not that I know of.
Okay.
I mean,
don't
she
know
had
how
some
to look
things.
at that.
I don't know what constitutes an artifact versus just a normal magic
Just like
item.
Normal
really
belonging.
strong magic items.
Not that I particularly remember.
Yeah, I can't think of anything. I mean, she had that necklace she was always wearing, and not much else that I remember.
What does the necklace look like?
You know what? It's weird. I can't remember. You can
Does
see
she wear
her
it all the time?
face kind of drop a little bit. Takes on a more morose aspect. I haven't seen her in 2 months, and I can't remember.
Leo, do you remember this necklace?
Do I find myself forgetting it as well?
You remember her wearing a necklace, but you can't
It's like murky.
picture
I can't picture
what
it.
it is.
I remember it as well, but not what it looks like. For the life of me, I can't remember.
God,
It's
that's
escaping me.
depressing.
Maybe we should ask your parents about it.
I mean, for
and
all I
see if
know,
we
Mom
can
made it.
remember
She probably knows.
Yeah, we'll have to speak to them about it possibly, because that's a little odd that neither of us can remember, and it's only been 2 months, and she's probably worn it for years and years and years.
Which is probably only like
She's
a couple
always
minutes
worn
for
it.
you.
I know that. I know she's always worn it since we were kids.
If it is something like really strong, maybe the tower is the reason she disappeared.
But 2 months ago, you guys
Um,
said the tower just got here like 2 days ago, right? Like a day and a half.
We don't really know how the time works in the tower.
We also don't know where it's been, to be fair. Because we were out of it supposedly for a while.
Well, she wasn't even here though.
Where was
Really.
she?
Oops.
Sorry.
Leo, you didn't. You guys are gonna have to talk to Leo about it. He knows a lot more than I do. I don't mean to. Sorry, Leo. I always do this.
It's okay. You're getting
our
us
drinks are here.
tumblers.
And Philina comes over and she sets down or she's actually holding a tray of drinks, and she actually makes a point of handing the specific drink to you, where you're holding it rather than putting it on the table. She passes them around and gives one to each of you on this tray. And then last, she goes up to Leo and with a smile, hands him his. Enjoy, everyone. Let me know if you need anything else. I'm here all night. She kind of just shrugs and walks back away.
You.
You guys hold the liquid, and it's a very strong smelling liquor that's tinged kind of brown with almost more like amber with like a green swirl running through it is what it looks like. But it smells a bit like whiskey, a very peaty whiskey with kind of the scent of sap coming off of it on the back end as well.
Drink mine. All of it.
I'll down mine and then flip it over and put it on the table.
I see that he did that, and then I did that.
Okay, so Lex drinks hers and like holds her cup for a second as Leo drains his, and then turns his cup upside down and places it on the his small. It's like a shot glass size. Sets it down, top down on the table.
I'll lift mine up and say, "Well, cheers."
Oh, or no, Andiel says, sorry, cheers. Is that something we do?
Most people, yes, they do.
Cheers.
What does it mean?
In the material, it's like we're drinking to either celebrate or commiserate, but we're drinking. It's like we're coming together and we're doing it together.
It's like a camaraderie thing then.
Yeah.
Okay, and you just hold your glass up and say cheers.
You like clink them together.
Okay, sure.
Or sometimes you'll be like when we lost our friend who sacrificed himself to the Kraken, we drank in memory of him, so or in honor of him, not memory. So we're like to Core for helping us.
Honor your friends by getting drunk? That sounds like my kind of plane of existence.
Fascinating.
But then I'll drink my drink.
Cheers, and then drink the drink. A few of you, actually, everybody who isn't Lex, roll a perception check for me.
Natural 20.
Damn, nice, Michael.
That's for a 29. No, 28.
I got a 20 without.
You
Oh,
didn't need to do it either.
that's with me neither.
Yeah.
Oh,
You know what's going on.
I got a 26.
5.
Okay.
16.
Okay. Clarebold. B-Rad.
Clarebold might be
21.
out.
You got a 1?
21.
21. Okay. Yeah, Clarebold's probably out. I could see him closing his eyes. You all noticed that everybody that passed that check, meaning everybody but Logan, noticed that everybody puts their drinks down upside down. So you flip your drink after you've drained it and set it down on the table, top down. Logan, you just don't notice or don't care and set your beverage down, standing up. And as you do, you take your fingers off of it and it just rolls over and falls on the side and starts to do a lazy circle around. And you pick it back up and notice that the bottom of the glass is rounded.
So it tumbles.
Yeah, that's the name.
So like you can't put it down unless you finish it.
Exactly.
Exactly.
That
Pretty
could
neat,
get
huh?
dangerous.
So is this a
Is it-
tumbler?
Well, it's a tumble. That's what you're doing. We're having a tumble.
Hmm?
That's what we just did. We had a tumble together.
Now, how many of the drinks before we
I
start
like it.
to tumble?
I mean, they're pretty strong.
B-Rad's gonna
Meanwhile,
take like
when you
20 and be
guys-
fine.
When you guys drank them, did not taste strong at all. Fire whiskey is a million times more harsh on the throat and body than this is. This tastes like
A breakfast shot.
almost like
nice
a Mike's Hard if you were to pour that in a glass, but with natural elements where all of the artificial has been taken out. You know, there's nothing artificial about it, nothing
So a Truly.
chemical. Kind of like a Truly, but more richly flavored. It does have a
That's a
very
nice
slight
drink.
tingle at the back of your throat after you drink it, indicating the alcohol there. But as it settles in your stomach, yeah, that's definitely got alcohol in it, and maybe other stuff. You get that tingle in your throat that slowly grows up your spine and then reaches your head through your blood, and it almost increases the vibrancy of the already incredibly vibrant colors within the Feywild. It's a very interesting feeling.
You know what would probably be really fun
If you're an
within
elf,
after a
you
couple
don't
of
feel it.
days? It would
That second
probably
part.
really fun to drink one of these and then do some forging, because you could make some really creative stuff.
No, I don't
And-
forge.
Sing some
I don't know.
songs.
I tend to
Mm.
not want to forge after a few tumbles. And
I
Mom
didn't
never
say a
does.
few tumbles, like one tumble.
I mean,
Look, like everything is like so bright now and like just
What do you-
really cool. Nice.
everything's so bright now.
You know, it's like
Wow, you're a lightweight. Is he drunk already?
I'm not drunk. It just seems like look at my scales. Look how beautiful they are. They're so shiny.
I mean, they're pretty, but they look the same as when you came in.
Kind
Leo,
of.
do you know what he's talking about? Is this a dragon thing?
Maybe it has to do with the non-elf thing. Who knows?
Oh, like maybe there's something in it that affects like material
What
people,
is in it?
prime people. Just a lot of plants and stuff. I don't know. You'd have to ask Valena.
Tito, did you want to do a duet with Walrian? Kind of lighten the mood?
Yes. Let's you want to introduce me, or do you know him?
I'll walk him over.
Walrian, as you're coming over, just finishes playing a song super conveniently and kind of waves. Hey, Leo. Dad told me, or sorry, it's not his dad. Yeah, it is. No, it's not. He is an ILO, right?
Mm-hmm.
New Cities. Dad told me you had a bit of trouble. Had to get one of our boats in. You all right?
Yeah, we're doing okay. I brought somebody with me on the boat. He's a pretty skilled person on the instruments. I wanted you
I'm
to meet.
Tito.
And so I also have my friend B-Rad here. He's pretty good with his pipes, his lungs with singing.
Really?
You'd be surprised.
I mean, always down to jam.
I'll leave you guys
Yeah.
to it, and I'll walk away.
All right. I think
Hi
this-
guys, I'm Walrian. Do you want to play anything specifically?
I think this tavern needs a pick-me-up.
People haven't really been into the more jaunty tunes lately. I can only play them when it's like empty.
Hmm. Do you think if
A
there's
ballad
three
would
of
probably
us,
go over the best. That's
a
all I'm
ballad?
saying.
All right. We'll start off with a ballad.
Okay. I'm pretty good at following along if you guys want to do a song you know. I don't know if you'd know any of mine. There's
How
only like
about
8 notes on this thing, so
how about we play a song called "Snuffed the Magic Dragon"?
I mean, you guys do your thing. I'll play along. Just make sure you play it in E flat. That's what I'm tuned to.
All right. Sounds good.
And you guys begin picking out the notes to this. Is it a Tito Tilly original or is it a known song? I'll let you decide.
It's a known song.
Okay, so
You not
B-Rad
know the
knows it
song
in that
Puff the
case.
Magic Dragon?
I didn't know if it was present in D&D world.
Andrew did not know what that was until he said this to me, and I
No,
told him what it was.
It's about a song about slaying a dragon that has terrorized the countryside. And
So it's Trogdor instead then.
yeah,
Okay.
and there's a part 2 to the song called Stuffing the Magic Dragon, in which the party has the dragon stuffed and brought to their castle.
Fantastic.
Oh my
So you
God.
start playing this song on your bagpipes or lute?
Lute.
Start
For
playing
sure.
the lute. You play it slower than it's traditionally sung, to keep it in the more ballad format. And B-Rad knows the words to this one. He's been in many drinking establishments, and this is a frequent song played there. Walrian is having no issues keeping up, since you guys chose to play it in a key that he can match. And as the first notes start coming out of the lute and B-Rad's voice begins to cascade over the heads of those gathered at the tavern, people turn and look, and there is open awe on their faces when they see this giant Warforged and his tiny companion play beautiful music with crude lyrics. A few of the people, including the baker and one of the other people from the shop, actually turn their seats around so they're facing you, holding their drinks in their hands. And you see a few people gently swaying to the music, even some that aren't choosing to look in your direction. It's as beautiful as ever, and people are taking notice. Valena looks over at you guys all playing in her tavern and is like, and then she looks over at the group of people all paying attention for once. She shrugs, walks back over to your table, starts gathering the cups up. Do you guys need anything else? Leo, do you need anything?
Before she picks up all the stuff off the table, I want to just kind of be remembering my my dad's voice of what he said to me. And I kind of just want to put my hands on the table, hoist myself up, and hold my hand out to her and say, "May I have this dance?"
She says nothing. Her mouth opens slightly. She just sets the tray on the table with a clatter, including the cups that she's already gathered. Lead the way.
And I'll take her over to in front of them and start swaying.
And those of you that are at the table to see the tray, notice that the tray is flat and has depressions in it where the cups sit while she can bring them over. And Leo leaves to go dance. Did you guys want to talk now that you have actually, we'll say Andiel and Juliana go dance together as well. So you guys are left alone at the table without any of your new Feywild friends if you would like to have a bit of a discussion before we end. We can of course continue it next week if we need to.
You're muted.
Muted.
Do you guys think it would be appropriate for me to go to the forge?
Oh my god, we probably expected you to go hours ago. I'm surprised you're still here.
Well, I thought his sister wanted to talk about forge stuff because she asked about my hammer. So I was like, well, we'll go there first. But then she was just worried.
Well, why
Which
don't
makes
you?
sense.
Oh wait, I'm not there. Not bad.
I mean, do you guys think we should? I mean, I guess we should go look at the anomalies, right?
I think so.
I think there's a lot that we could learn here, especially Kilora. You can learn so many new cool animals. And obviously being selfish a little bit, I could learn a lot about forging. A single person who's been forging for over 600 years is going to be the dream teacher for forging.
Just a note on that. I'm sorry, Mary. I did not mean to introduce you. There are elven smiths who have been smithing that long in Faerun. They're just very rare, and there's a reason
I've
that
just never met one.
It's just there's a reason that all of them are the famous ones.
Mhm.
Like any elven smith you see that's past 100 is famous for it.
Yeah, that's like what my something I learned from my dad about elven smiths. Like you come across an elven smith, that's a blessing.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that because it's common knowledge. You would all know that.
Anyway, I know that we should do it. I feel like we're so much closer to home right now, and I'm just missing it.
Yeah, I get that, Kalora, but I just feel like after hearing about the disease and the death and everything that is going on in, our world, if we don't stop this, who's going to? We won't have a world to go back to.
I know you're right.
How do we feel about Leo?
I mean, he's got some really cool people around him, and he seems like he knows a lot of magic too. Like he was trying to teleport. What if he could teleport us places?
True. Logan, what do you think?
Plus, he seems really interested in how I smith, so that could be fun for me.
Well, yes, we know he's Clarebold's #1 fan and Zafar Tarhan's #1 fan. So I get why you guys would have a liking toward him.
Well, I mean, he's nice, and I don't know. I think
I like him so far.
enough.
What'd you say, Logan?
I like him so far. He hasn't done anything to make me distrust him.
Anyway, sorry. Yeah, I think he'll serve well as a guide for this whole thing, because somehow we gotta defeat this shit too. And he knows.
Ed, can you
stuff.
change the view back, please?
I did. You just have to click on gallery view again.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's just another place we've got to get through. And I think we can do it. Sadly, I think we can do it.
And I don't think it's sad that we can do it.
No, I think it's sad that we have to do it, essentially.
Yeah.
Is
And then
there
we
a
have
back there?
with what's his face?
Yeah. I somehow feel like more things made sense. I don't know if I'm right about them, but things were connected.
What are your wildest theories of what's going on?
I don't know. I guess what I'm struggling most with right now is if it did just need us to unlock its power so that it could access it, is it just now like it was coming to the Feywild? So is it just dumping us off here too? Or does it want us to go back in once whatever we like? Is this another exercise?
I mean, I think the thing that it kind of sounded like that I'm worried about now is it sounds like it's using us to collect things for the tower to like achieve some end goal.
Well, then we have bait. And then if we have bait, then we can somehow destroy it and find its weakness. Because what it's trying to do is make us weaker by taking our party members away from us, and I don't like that.
What if it's not trying to make us weaker? What if it's trying to use our strength to achieve whoever's purpose the tower is? Like the voice of Aluharad talking to us saying it would have been a shame to lose you after coming this far. Like what if they've been trying to achieve something for a long time?
as we gain power, maybe the tower gains power. I mean, there's things that I can do today that I couldn't do when I walked into the tower.
Oh yeah, me too. Like most of this stuff I can do now.
Yeah, I don't. I just want to set it up in flames. No,
We've
Like-
got to get out of it before we burn it down.
not flames. Something else. Sorry.
Well,
Oh, so it's just so I know I'm not crazy. Did anybody else get like after the drink, everything seems like more colorful and stuff?
uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay, because I was saying it and then they were like, "No, you're crazy," and nobody else said anything. So I was like, "Oh
I
shit!"
personally just like to let people think that you're crazy. But you do look more vibrant today.
Thank you.
Logan, who knew you'd be funny? You're always so quiet.
It was the tumble.
I had a feeling the tumble's making things a little better, sadly. Yeah. I don't know. It's weird.
I think if it's making it better, it's happily, not sadly.
Yeah, but I don't want to be happy. That's why it's sad.
What?
But if you're saying you feel better, you can't be feeling more sad too.
Speaking of emotions, as you guys look around the room, when you got in here, of course, it was full of, with this big of a gathering, it was full of pseudo wisps, and they provide a majority of the light for this building. While there are some magical torches on the walls that don't emit smoke or sound or heat, there was a blue light throughout the place because of these blue orbs. Everyone surrounded by sadness and listening to the music, particularly given some of the more ribald verses that Tito and B-Rad are singing. You see a few white pseudo-wisps. There are 6 of them in particular, which is the highest concentration, just as Leoflen and what is her name?
Elena.
Valena dance, following her around. She's very happy.
Oh.
Well,
That's all. You can keep going. I'm sorry.
I mean, don't you guys kind of feel like shit because of everything that's happened to us and you almost feel like you shouldn't be happy?
No.
Oh, I'm just the only one.
Oh, I mean, that's just me. I know I deserve to be happy. I'm a good person. I've done good things. I've done bad things, but I'm always working on myself. So that means I deserve to be happy. At least one day.
You're muted.
One of the biggest things I've kind of learned about myself in the tower is kind of letting loss make you overlook what you've gained. When I lost my dad, that is all that really drove me for a long time, and like searching and holding on to that memory of him and like trying to keep it active in every single way. And a lot of the time it was to my own detriment because I wasn't working on myself or becoming stronger for myself. I was just holding on to the past. So I'm sad that we've lost Core and we don't have Narfren with us anymore. But I'm hopeful we get them back. They're in the crystal. but we've also met Claribald on this journey, Leoflen and his friends. All of us have gotten stronger together. And I don't think it's wrong to be happy about that. I don't think Claribald or Core or Narfrin would want us to be like devastated and distraught for a long period of time.
So it's wrong to be sad?
No, it's not wrong to be sad. But it's not, you just don't let the loss and the sadness make you not look at the good that we've done for other people and that's happened to us.
And the good that they did, and the good times that you had with them.
Yeah, I mean,
The happiness.
we wouldn't be here right now probably if Core didn't give himself up.
You have to remember to feel lucky that you had them in the first place.
Yeah. Mm. Okay. This has
You
been
need
great.
another tumble.
Hey guys.
This has been great. I'm gonna go just take a breather outside.
Hey, wait, before you go. Look how happy that girl is who's dancing with Leo.
Yeah, but look how happy B-Rat is.
I just realized I forgot to describe what she looks like. So
Hey,
I
she's
apologize.
gorgeous.
She is pretty. I wouldn't say she's gorgeous. She's not like a bombshell with huge tits and
That's not
what
gorgeous.
have you.
She's not that one girl from Nathan's campaign.
She is a
Moon.
very slender and kind of muscled. Like you can tell she works. She's got some tone in her arms and her legs. Her skin is a slightly different color than all of the other Eladrin that you've run into here. You've either seen the tan, the ivory, or the very pale at this point. And she's kind of got an olive tinge to her skin, though it's still very light. There's not a lot of sunlight here to tan people, so she's got a very light olive skin tone. She is the second blonde you have seen in the city, though her blonde hair is so pale as to almost be silver with like bits of gold fleck on it or what have you. She is got a slightly round face with big eyes. She doesn't wear any makeup or jewelry. She's just wearing a simple off-white tunic and green pants with high boots that come up to her just under her knees. She's pretty, and any of you with a passive insight above 15 would be able to tell that she is very infatuated with Leo, though he is blind to it. Well, he isn't sure, I would say. He doesn't know if she's just being nice to him.
Lex is completely unaware. But I still walk outside after departing from the table and just take a breather.
Sure. All right, so as you guys mull over your drinks and the possibility of getting another round while some of you sing, others dance in this very new environment for all of you. And still, regardless of the spirit in the room now of the music and the way it's lifting certain people's spirits, the predominant feeling I want to leave you with for the evening is sadness. This place, you can imagine it as a vibrant and celebrational metropolis with people enjoying themselves and the nature around them and the beauty, the absolute incredible beauty of the surroundings. The people you've met in their individual aspects have been kind, have been at times funny, at times happy. And you can imagine what it would be like if this city wasn't covered by a pall of darkness. You can imagine what it would be like to be here. And I would say to at least some of you, and you can decide who you are, that alone is reason enough to try to help them. Just to see what that would be like. As the conversation fades, or maybe is picked up next week, we will end there. And I want to thank you all for a fantastic session. I had a lot of fun.
Great session, everybody.
All right,
You guys
Matt,
are
I just sent you
awesome.
something
Good
on
job, everyone.
Zoom, by the way.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I got it. Thank you.
Cool.
All right, guys, I will talk to you later.
Later.
See you next week.
Yeah.
I'll talk
Love
to
y'all.
you
you.
in a minute.
Love you guys.
See ya.
Peace out.
Love you.
Bye.
Hope you feel better, Ben.